AmeriCorps says, come together. Citizens and businesses, schools and churches, come together as partners in progress to solve our problems and reach our promise. With AmeriCorps, you are building your country's future and helping to build your own. Let me ask all the AmeriCorps volunteers here to raise your hand and repeat after me. I am an AmeriCorps member.
I am an AmeriCorps member.
And I am going to get things done.
And I am going to get things done.
Yes.
Please welcome Executive Director of the Clinton Foundation, Stephanie Street.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clinton Center. How's everybody feeling this morning? Good? Well, this is an exciting day, and thank you for joining us here in the room and online for AmeriCorps 30 Years Forward. Before we begin, I would like to take this time to pay tribute to my dear friend, an integral partner of the Clinton Center, and a recipient of AmeriCorps City Year Little Rock's Lifetime of Service Award, the late Bruce T. Moore. Bruce was Little Rock City Manager for over 21 years, and we served together as co-founders and co-chairs of the board of City Year Little Rock. Please join me for a moment of silence to honor this incredible public servant, friend, mentor to so many, and champion of AmeriCorps, Bruce T. Moore. Today, you'll hear from supporters, participants, and recipients of national service. You'll learn more about the why and the how, and then we will look forward. And all of this is possible because of President Clinton, in his first year in office, wanted to encourage a new generation of Americans to answer the call to serve their country and their community. He knew it would foster a new sense of hope and bring limitless possibilities. Just last month, we celebrated the 30th anniversary of President Clinton's signing of the National and Community Trust Act of 1993, which established the Corporation for National and Community Service and created AmeriCorps. Please make time today to stop and see a special pop-up exhibition in honor of the 30th anniversary of AmeriCorps. It's located right down the hall here near the Cabinet Room and was curated by the talented team here at the Clinton Library under the direction of my friend, Dr. Jay Barth, the director of the Clinton Library. Thank you, Jay. Since 1993, 1.3 million Americans have served through AmeriCorps, earning more than $4 billion in Siegel AmeriCorps Education Awards to help them pay for college or pay back student loans. And we will always be grateful for the visionary leadership of Eli Siegel, the founding CEO of AmeriCorps. And we are delighted that his wife, Phyllis, is here with us today. Thank you, Phyllis, for your ongoing leadership and strong support. Let me now take a moment to recognize and thank our AmeriCorps Summit partners. AmeriCorps and its CEO, Michael Smith, who you'll hear for in just a moment, the fabulous Ann Mora Connolly, President of Voices for National Service, co-founder and president of With Honor Action, Ry Barcott, and More Perfect and its co-chair, Alan Casey. Join me in thanking all of these incredible people and for their great support in making today possible. All right, let's get started. And it's now my honor to invite my friend, the CEO of AmeriCorps, Michael Smith, to join me here at the podium.
Good morning, everybody. That wasn't good enough. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that kind introduction. It is truly an honor and a privilege to be here today. I actually remember meeting with Stephanie not long after I was nominated, and she conveyed at that time just how excited that she and the president were to celebrate this milestone. And I think if everyone looks around, you can see that she is a woman of her word. So I just want to thank you again, Stephanie, and the entire team at the Clinton Foundation, and also to our friends at Voices for National Service, More Perfect, and With Honor Action for helping us to make this celebration possible. I know that we all woke up this morning in grief and prayer with the people of Lewiston, Maine, who have experienced a horrific tragedy. I am grateful, as I know all of you are, for the first responders and the law enforcement officials, but I am also grateful for the thousands of AmeriCorps members that are working across this nation to prevent gun violence in all of its forms. Today, we are all Lewiston. I have the awesome privilege to serve as the 8th CEO of AmeriCorps at a time when our members and volunteers have met historic challenges with historic, innovative, and bold solutions. As we have seen over the past 30 years, every single time America called, AmeriCorps answered. In the moments after the September 11th attacks, AmeriCorps members ran towards the heartbreak and destruction. After Hurricane Katrina ripped through the Gulf, AmeriCorps was there and stayed long after the cameras had gone away. Over the next decade, 40,000 members helped rebuild homes and rebuild hope after the storm. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, we helped over 12 million people with testing and vaccination, tutoring, and providing food for families in need, including right here at the Clinton Presidential Center. We launched Public Health AmeriCorps with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention to rebuild our public health workforce. We are working with the Department of Education on the National Partnership for Student Success to recruit 250,000 new tutors, mentors, and coaches. And we are tackling climate change and environmental justice heads-on, serving as the hub for President Biden's newly launched American Climate Corps, which is meeting urgent climate needs today while building the skills for the clean energy jobs of the future. In 1994, the first class of 20,000 AmeriCorps members began their year of service. Today, 200,000 AmeriCorps members and AmeriCorps senior volunteers continue to answer America's call in all 50 states and territories and scores of native nations. President Clinton, who I know is listening, for the last 30 years, AmeriCorps has demonstrated the power of ordinary citizens to create extraordinary impact. And thanks to the foundation that the President laid, we will continue to show the world that AmeriCorps is not just a moment, it's a movement. President Clinton, who's backstage, he's met a lot of people, but I don't know if he remembers this. But we first met when I was 15 years old, just a few years ago. I look exactly the same. I was the Northeast Youth of the Year for Boys and Girls Clubs of America. 4 other regional awardees and I were recognized for our community and volunteer service. And we were invited to meet with the president in the Oval Office. I was a kid from an underserved community in Western Massachusetts, born to teen parents. We didn't have a whole lot of money, but we had love and abundance. My Boys and Girls Club, along with my church and my school, was the village that Secretary Clinton talks about, the village that raised this child. My mom told me that she sent me to my Boys and Girls Club for cheap daycare. That's what she said. She was honest. She was young. But what it quickly became was a second family, a crew of mentors, coaches, and advocates, caring adults who lifted me up and at times kept me in line. It was at my Boys and Girls Club that I first met foster grandparents and VISTA members. Volunteers and staff read with us, took us camping, taught us about Black pride and social justice, and gave us the opportunity to serve and care for our community when we were still little kids. These change makers, like so many of you, were not looking to get rich. They were not looking to get famous or even to get credit. They woke up every day with a deep belief, like President Clinton, that our neighbors' children are all of our children, and with a hope that kids like me would realize dreams bigger than they could ever imagine themselves. I have to admit that day at the White House nearly 3 decades ago is a bit of a blur. I remember Teddy Roosevelt's Peace Prize in the Roosevelt Room. I remember seeing President Clinton's cat Socks being walked on a leash. I had never seen anything like that before. I remember the president talking about President Kennedy's desk, where John would hide in the cutout. But most of all, I remember meeting one of my heroes, a man from a little town called Hope, a man who had a single mom at times like me, a man who loves soul music and soul food like I do as well, a man who dedicated his life in service to kids in communities that might otherwise be left on the sidelines forever looking in. Mr. President, you show us the promise and potential of America, that where you come from doesn't limit where you can go, that even those who have a little have a lot to give, that service holds the power to transform those who are being served and those who are called to serve as well. That is the promise of America, and it is also the promise of AmeriCorps. And as we look ahead to the next 30 years, we've got some work to do together, which is why we are all here today. During the swearing-in ceremony for the first class of AmeriCorps members, the President said, "Service is a spark to rekindle the spirit of democracy in an age of uncertainty." When it is all said and done, he said, it comes down to 3 simple questions. What is right? What is wrong? And what are we going to do about it? Well, let me tell you what we're going to do about it. First, we are going to ensure that service is not a luxury for the few, but an opportunity for the many. We will continue to reduce barriers to service, increase our living allowances and other benefits, and make our funding more accessible. We will also focus on programs and partners that provide members with the skills and the training they need to build transformative careers and help them turn a year of service into a lifetime of social action and civic engagement. We will continue to demonstrate to employers, universities, and elected officials how AmeriCorps strengthens our nation, fuels the social sector, and represents America at its very best. And we will bring members together from diverse backgrounds and across differences, knowing that through service we can see each other's humanity and realize that what we have in common is stronger than the forces that try so hard to divide us. Anyone introducing President Clinton might start with his historic and well-known achievements. A Rhodes Scholar, the first Democratic president in 6 decades to be elected twice, the architect of our country's longest economic expansion, and the founder of one of the world's most effective and innovative foundations focused on global health, equity, and economic opportunity. But what everyone in this room knows and loves him for is his lifelong dedication to service. Mr. President, Dr. King used to say, faith is taking the first step, even when you don't see the whole staircase. When the president joined Boys Nation to learn how to build and spread democracy, he took the first step. When he was a student at Georgetown University and spent time as a volunteer in DC's Northeast neighborhoods, he took the first step. When he was governor and helped launch the Delta Service Corps alongside the great Billy Ann Myers to tutor children, support food pantries, and provide disaster relief across Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, he took the first step. And 30 years ago, when he signed the National and Community Service Trust Act into law, he took a powerful and lasting step to unify our national service strategy and bring existing volunteer programs under one roof like VISTA, RSVP, foster grandparents, and senior companions, to bring people together across political lines of difference, and to create pathways for those who serve to pay for college, explore new careers, and build leadership skills that last a lifetime. Thanks to the president's steps and those of Eli Siegel and Harris Wofford, who I know are looking down on us today with pride, along with 1.3 million AmeriCorps alums, you have left behind completed staircases, of dreams realized, hope restored, and faith renewed. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with gratitude and appreciation for the 42nd President of these United States of America, William Jefferson Clinton.
Please welcome the 42nd President of the United States, Bill Clinton, and our opening session panelists, Anne Mara Conley, Kyle Kimball, Colonel Rebecca Lang, Leroy LaPlante, and Domingo Morales.
Good morning, everybody. We have a great panel today, and I'm not going to take any time away from them, except to say that I've been out of politics a long time, more or less. And still, the day I signed the bill creating the National Service Corps in America, AmeriCorps, was one of the happiest days of my life. And and all the people on the panel are individually and collectively Exhibit A that shows that the AmeriCorps oath, a commitment to get things done, makes our differences an asset, not a liability. And everybody forgets that. Today, all that matters is, it seems to be, if you read the papers, is whether you believe the 2020 election was legitimate or not, or something like that. If you start with the end in mind, then people of good faith, more than 2/3 of the time, will agree on what they should do, eventually. And when I leave you, tomorrow morning I'm going to fly to Texas to a meeting of alums of the Presidential Leadership Program that I run with President Bush. And when we have our graduations, without exception, there's 60 people a year. He picks half, I pick half. They go through this program. The Republicans come up to me and the Democrats come up to him and thank us because they didn't know anybody like us existed on the other side of the Great Divide. That is both our great curse today in America and our great hope. And so I still love AmeriCorps, and I'm proud of what's happened. And our distinguished panelists are going to give us a personal view based on the lives they've lived about how all this happened. So, first of all, I'd like to start and just go down the line, starting with Anne Mara, maybe, and say, why did you decide to join AmeriCorps? And how does it still impact your life and career?
So I'm so old that I actually predate AmeriCorps. But I did do a year of service in the Jesuit Volunteer Corps back in the day, and it got me really excited about this idea that everybody should have the opportunity and be asked to serve. So when you created AmeriCorps, I got really excited about getting on board with that. Went to work at the agency, first for Eli Siegel and then for Harris Wofford. And I've been captivated by this idea ever since. And I work with a lot of folks in this room to help make the case for AmeriCorps, to continue the legacy that you built. I believe AmeriCorps is a legacy of love and hope and action, and that's what we need more than ever. So thank you for that, and thanks for the opportunity to work on AmeriCorps and with AmeriCorps for all these years.
We worked a lot together over the years to support City Year, which was basically in existence when I ran for president. And I went to a meeting. I still have the first T-shirt I got at a city year meeting in 1992, when all these kids were saying, well, this seemed like it was a better deal than going to jail. And it was amazing. And I walked out of the meeting, I said, that's what we have to do. I had been interested for some time in national service because it was a part of this Democratic Leadership Council I had worked with. But I never saw it in action until I sat at a city year meeting. And it was, and maybe still is, the largest of our affiliates, but that's how we met 100 years ago. JR.
Well, good morning, Mr. President. And first of all, I want to say thank you for inviting me to be here. It's such an honor to be on this distinguished panel. But I was born and raised on the Cheyenne River Sioux Indian Reservation in South Dakota. And historically, our reservations have been disinvested, and we've suffered through years and years of bad public policy. And so when I was a law student in 2009, my good friend Cheryl Hanna, shout out to Cheryl, who ran our Access to Justice program for our state bar in South Dakota, she asked me this simple question. She said, JR, what do you want to do as a lawyer? And I just responded quite simply, I want to make a difference in Indian country. And I don't know where that came from, Mr. President, but I think it came from my parents. They instilled inside of me the importance of public service. My mother was a food service worker. My father was a heating mechanic for the Bureau of Indian Affairs on the reservation. And I learned from them the importance of public service. So when I received this opportunity to join AmeriCorps, I jumped at it, and it's changed my life and put me on a career trajectory that at the time I didn't realize I was gonna do. And so anybody who knows me today that I work with know that I'm always trying to get things done, push things a little harder when I see challenges, and I think I get that from my parents and also from my time at AmeriCorps. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for having us, and thanks for the invitation. Also born and raised in the great state of South Dakota. You often don't see there you go, there's a few more. Sir, when I was 17, my parents said, if you want to go to college, that's great, but you're on your own. And because they knew that we'd appreciate it more if we figured it out ourselves. And so I didn't know what I was going to do. I was on a couch with my mom, 1995, watching your State of the Union address. And when I heard you say the words, 20,000 young Americans right now are serving their country and earning money to go to college. And that was my aha moment. And I knew right then that's what I was going to do. There was no doubt in my mind. This was also the time before the internet as we know it today. And so I drove to the library, I pulled a postcard from a bulletin board, and I sent it in to Washington, D.C. in hopes that something would happen. And the most incredible life-changing event happened. And 9 months later, I drove up to Lowry Air Force Base, which had recently been bracked or closed, and I lived in airman dorms, which is a full circle we'll talk about later, and pursued to have the most life-changing year and put me on a launch pad of service that I am eternally grateful for.
So my AmeriCorps experience, I can remember it very clearly. So I was at Harvard in my, I first heard about it in essentially my freshman year. I was part of Harvard Students for Clinton, and we were knocking on doors in New Hampshire before the New Hampshire primary, the comeback kid primary. And so I first heard about national service, not necessarily AmeriCorps, in a speech in a high school gym. Bill and Hillary were there. It was right before the New Hampshire primary. And so that's really something, the first time that I had sort of implanted in my mind this idea, this is something that I wanted to do, that I really believed in. In 1994, well, I guess really 1994, I actually applied and took a year off from Harvard to do AmeriCorps. And I can only describe, if anyone has ever had the feeling of being called to doing something, and essentially the moment for me to being called to the AmeriCorps was I was in the Office of Career Services. I was looking through some things. I was very sort of lost academically and professionally at the time. I was really looking for some answers in these job listings, and they were on paper at the time, right? This is 1993. And I saw this listing for an AmeriCorps program that was being started in Birmingham, Alabama, for Birmingham AIDS Outreach, which is essentially an organization that was they were starting an AmeriCorps program to provide in-home hospice care for end-stage AIDS patients at the time. And I'll talk a little bit later about sort of why that came about, but that is essentially my experience. And I would say that there's really not a day goes by in those 29 since years that my experiences in Birmingham and in AmeriCorps have not been a part of my professional and personal journey. I think about those experiences every day. I'm still friends with a lot of the people that I did the program with. We've been through a lot together through the 29 years. In addition to all the patients we lost, we have been together through the years as we've lost parents, as we've gotten married, lost brothers and sisters, and through all the stages of life that have happened in 29 years. So it was a truly transformative experience for me.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you everyone in this room for your service. I grew up in New York City. I found out about AmeriCorps a long time after you. But
he just said that I'm old. That's what he actually said. Yes.
Said 1993. I'm like, woo.
Again.
So I grew up in New York City. I was raised in public housing, and immediately after high school, I jumped straight into the workforce because my family was living in poverty, and I had to pay bills. I had to put food on the table. And I worked a lot of dead-end jobs, and I got to a point where I was looking for purpose, so I quit the job I had. I'm like, I just can't do this anymore. And I just didn't know what the purpose for me being on this earth was. And then one day I walked into my building, and there was a flyer on the elevator door, and it was a picture of young adults in an AmeriCorps uniform that looked just like me. And on the flyer it said, "Are you 18 to 24? Do you have a diploma? Do you want to make a difference in your community?" And it was that moment when I thought, this is for me, especially where I come from. Those qualifications that seem so minimal and so easy to achieve. In my building, I was one of few that were able to meet those qualifications. So I thought this was a sign for me, and I kind of went into an orientation where they started teaching me about sustainability, and that's when I was, like, my eyes were open, and I realized that we were living in an unsustainable condition. We were living in poverty, but it was built that way, and AmeriCorps was my first way to actually make a difference and change the systems that I grew up just ignoring in life. But, yeah.
Yeah, when you made that crack about age difference, I thought, we might subtitle this session, "The Stone Age Meets Hip Hop" or something.
Does that make me the Stone Age?
That would be me. JR, let's talk a little bit. I don't know if any of you have ever, who aren't from Indian country, have ever been on a reservation. But I think that Hillary and I have visited more Native American communities than anybody ever had. And I grew up fascinated with this. I used to go to the local library in my little town in Arkansas, and I read every single book that was in the library about Indian tribes and Indian leaders, and I just, for all I know, a lot of it was not accurate now, but I just acquired a hunger, and I couldn't believe that the people that were here before all the rest of us who have some immigrant heritage, that what had happened. So your initiative is called Wakini, right?
Yes, sir.
So tell them what Wakini means and how has AmeriCorps become kind of an on-ramp for other opportunities, the young people you tried to help, and education, economic opportunities, and other things. How did it work, actually?
Yeah, Mr. President, I appreciate you acknowledging our Wakini initiative in South Dakota, and the word Wakini is a Lakota word that is roughly translated begin again, a new beginning. And I think one of the things that we're trying to do at South Dakota State University is stop this cycle of starting over and over and over again when it comes to Indian education initiatives. Over the years, Indian education has been recycled, and a lot of old models and a lot of old initiatives have been recycled, and yet we still continue to see the daunting statistics on high school graduation rates, college access, and so forth. And so with the Wakini initiative, not unlike the AmeriCorps program, what we're trying to do is work with our students not from a place of deficit, but from a place of strength. And what I always tell young people is that you have everything that you need inherently to be successful in life. And all we're here to do is to support you, to provide you with a holistic framework of services and support. First of all, we got to get you to campus, and then once we get you to campus, we want to surround you with all of the success advising and the services necessary to help you succeed. And we just don't want you to succeed. We need you to succeed, because if you succeed, then you can go back to your community and you can change your community. You can be a change agent. You can change and make a difference. And so, like AmeriCorps, I think Wakini is one of those models where we are trying to create pathways for Native American youth from the reservation to our campus where they can achieve their dream. And we're signing up dreamers every day. And that's what we're looking for.
Colonel, you made a career in the Air Force, and you're from South Dakota, as you said, but you went to school in Colorado, but not to the Air Force Academy.
Yes, sir.
And she went to the University of Colorado, which is now famous as having the most interesting football team in America. And it's been a long dry spell for them, so I'm happy for them. But what's the connection? How did you go from AmeriCorps into the military? Why did you decide to make a career of it? And tell them about your command now in cybersecurity a little bit.
You bet, yes, sir. So after my year in the AmeriCorps, so I was at the National Civilian Community Corps, the Denver campus, and when I was done, I knew there was more, and I knew that I had the perfect opportunity and launchpad to continue that. So I drove up Highway 36 to Boulder, Colorado, and I registered for classes. I paid the first half of my first bill with my education award, and I could not have gotten my foot in the door without that education award. I signed up for ROTC. I didn't have a scholarship, of course, but I knew service had taken care of me as a young 18-year-old out of high school, and I knew it would continue to do so. And I was right. And so I think the connection between the two is just the shared belief in the power of service and knowing that your nation needs you and knowing in your soul that you can deliver. And so when it comes to what is similar, there's so much. I traded my gray t-shirt with the big A on it for a brown t-shirt. I traded the black utility uniform for a camouflage uniform, traded black steel boots for black steel boots, steel toe boots. But there is so much that's similar. And I will offer to you, sir, that is proof that service as a whole is the equalizer in our nation. You can show up as an AmeriCorps, whether you show up to an AmeriCorps program, show up to the military, just the shirt on your back, that's all you need. And your nation, you are shaking the hand of your nation because you want to serve and you want to give back. And it doesn't matter where you're from, it doesn't matter what you look like, but you are raising your hand and showing that you are willing to step forward for your nation and and your nation takes it from there. Thank you. When it comes to my current command, I'm the commander of the 659th ISR Group, Intelligence Surveillance Reconnaissance Group at Fort Meade. I command 1,100 airmen, 5 time zones that are in the cyberspace domain, both securing networks and infiltrating others. And I'm going to have to stop there just for my own future career sake. But again, like the parallels between the airmen that I command and the incredible Corps members that I served with, there are far more similarities. In fact, I could barely, it would be tough for me to name you a difference that matters between the two. And thank you for the question.
Thank you. I actually wrote a book with James Patterson about this cybersecurity thing. It's really a big deal what she's doing. A lot of things can go haywire. Kyle, so when you did AIDS outreach in Birmingham, did a lot of people look at you like you were crazy? I mean, was the culture hostile to it? I mean, tell us about what you learned and how you learned to deal with different kinds of people when you were in Alabama.
Sure. So I completely agree about the AmeriCorps experience being a great equalizer. It was about 24 of us who were part of the program. We were trained as home healthcare workers, providing in-home hospice care. The public policy problem that they were trying to address with this grant was, at the time, this is 1994, HIV and AIDS were very different than they are today. And University of Alabama Birmingham was a leading center at the time for what is now known as a lot of the making AIDS HIV more manageable. So a lot of people moved to Birmingham to try to be part of the healthcare ecosystem that was happening at University of Alabama Birmingham. But a lot of them had insurance that had run out or were not willing to pay for the experimental treatments. And so they were sort of just stuck in Birmingham with very little access to health care, no insurance, and they were often living with families. And so the families really needed help providing in-stage care. And so that was the public policy problem they were trying to solve. In terms of the people, it was, obviously it was very different than Harvard. The 24 of us that came together were from all different walks of life. They trained us, and I think the idea around it just didn't really even matter because we were so focused on the goal and the mission of what we were trying to do that level of connectedness around this mission, we were all there by choice, focused on this mission, brought us together and really bridged a lot of the differences. And the differences didn't even matter. We were from all different walks of life, different shades, different sexualities, different income levels, education levels, geographic backgrounds. I didn't love peach ice cream, and now I love it. As an example, as a superficial example. But the idea was that I became immersed in the city of Alabama and the people, and was riding my bike, taking care of people and moving around the city in public housing and beautiful homes, all of whom at the end of the day just needed someone, either relief, they needed someone to talk to, they needed someone to change their bandages, go get medicine, give them a bath, whatever it was. And at the end of the day, you were just there. We were all surrounded by that common goal. We were all also came together, and I'll end by this, by saying an incredible amount of grief was experienced in that 1,700 hours that I was there, that I served. But it wasn't just limited to those 1,700 hours. It was a year-long experience where we really had to come together to support each other because we were all going through a really tough experience. And what we were dealing with when we go into someone's home, and what you find when you go into someone's home when they are at the end of life, it brought us together in a way that's still incredibly remarkable. So to answer your question, the differences evaporated instantly.
For those of you who aren't old enough to remember before the development of the antiretroviral medicine, dealing with AIDS was a nightmare. And all of us of a certain age probably lost friends. We had an amazing situation here in Little Rock where the chairman of both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party were gay men and good people who got along, worked together, did things together. The Democrat was a lawyer who had worked in the Attorney General's office before I took office and got AIDS and died with a horrible case of Kaposi syndrome. And I'll never forget standing in his hospital room, watching him waste away. So the people who did this work when there was no hope on the other end were really heroic. And when we dedicated the National AIDS Memorial in San Francisco, one of the honorees was a woman that grew up in my little hometown and 50 miles west of here, who was so disgusted at she was a straight, deeply religious white woman who was furious at the way people with AIDS were treated. And she started, and literally, you can't imagine, when people were dying of AIDS, most people wouldn't bury them. They were scared, and then they had to have cremations. And so she was in a hospital once to see someone else and was a guy dying, waiting for his mother to come see him. The nurse said, "The mother's not coming. Nobody comes to see them." So she went in and held his hand until he died and then buried him in her family cemetery and wound up becoming famous because she would bury people with AIDS. You just can't imagine what it was like. So the fact that he did that and went to Birmingham to do that, it shows you that if people just keep scratching, they'll find their common humanity and wind up doing the right thing. But I'm very grateful. So Domingo, how'd you get interested in composting? And wait a minute, and how did you become a leader? How did it help you develop your leadership skills?
So I like the comparison you made to service in the Army. I wanted to be in the Army. That was my original, I wanted to go to the Army. But as a kid, I made a stupid decision and I got a tattoo on my neck. And you can't be in the Army if your tattoo shows outside of your uniform. So for me, AmeriCorps was the Army I was able to get into and like fight for the people where I was, right? A civilian Army. And on top of that, I was a germaphobe. So when I applied for this program, I wanted to go into the energy sector. I wanted to do energy audits. I wanted to build solar panels. And they said, no, with all of the job experience you have with the carpentry, with the electrical, with the plumbing, you should go to the farm team. And I'm like, can't go on the farm team because if I step on the farm, I might die. And they're like, no, you're gonna go on the farm team. So they forced me on the farm team. And I'm like, all right, this is real. I'm on a farm. I'm gonna die any minute now. I was counting the microbes. But I fell in love with the physical aspect of farming in the field. But I got tired of pulling the same weeds. I got tired of planting tomatoes, and halfway through the season, it would get rot. It would start turning yellow. So I started to actually learn about the things I was afraid of the most, the microbes, the FBI, fungus, bacteria, and insects. And I started to learn about the good ones, the ones that actually make it so that the nutrients that come into the food is, because there's a mycelial network of fungus that's working with bacteria to cycle nutrients to get it to the plant so we can eat it. And I fell in love with that biology and that chemical process. And I started to love the germs that I was so afraid of. And it changed me. So I went from a guy who had 4 pairs of gloves on to a guy who was just eating random things off the field. And that's really how I fell in love with composting. It was, we were farming and we were stealing nutrients. And we're a superfood country where our food comes from all over the world. And we're stealing nutrients from the planet, but we're not regenerating the soil that we're stealing from. So composting was the first, it was with Green City Force, and they were feeding the community, so they were growing food for the public housing residents and giving it to them for free. But we were growing in raised beds because in the city, there may be lead, there may be arsenic, and these raised beds have limited amount of nutrients and resources. So I fell in love with the process of recycling the farm waste, taking residential food scraps, and rebuilding the soil, and I started to see the effect of that compost. And I landed on the Red Hook compost site, which is the largest compost site in the US that didn't use any fossil fuels. And what that meant was, it was about 2,000 people all year round that were constantly shoveling compost and working with dirt and germs. And from there, it kind of took a life of its own. I fell in love with composting. I got a job at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and if it wasn't for my AmeriCorps service, I would have never got the job because the qualifications were a college degree and a driver's license. And in New York City, you do not need a driver's license. You can go anywhere without a driver's license because of the public transportation. And as I said, right after high school, I went into the workforce. I didn't have a college degree. So my AmeriCorps service, that experience I had at this compost site, made me the best candidate for that job when I applied for it. And immediately, 7 months after the program, and I graduated early, which a lot of my peers were really angry about because they were still serving. It was 1 week I was on their team, on the AmeriCorps team, and the next week I was their supervisor at this composting site. So I immediately jumped into training the next generation of young adults, training my peers, and working with Green City Force over the years. And then when COVID happened, the city shut down its composting initiatives, and I took that as a challenge. The public housing community was always left out of the citywide composting, so I decided to build Compost Power, my own organization, to bring composting into the public housing communities to partner with the farms. And I hired the Green City Forest graduates to actually do that work. And through composting, I can teach them carpentry, plumbing, electrical, landscape design. It's in the center of everything, and that's what I love about it. I'm a scatterbrain, and on a compost site, you kind of have to be a scatterbrain.
I love that. And I think one of the points that ought to be made is, as we try to make cities more sustainable and resilient, urban agriculture is a really very important part of our future. So by doing something ancient, you became very modern. We all think everything is new. Basically, we're just recycling the same old stuff, including our politics. But anyway. So, Ann Mara, what do all these stories tell us about what's going to happen in the next 30 years to AmeriCorps? 60 years on, when there'll be other people sitting on stages like this, what will the next chapter look like?
Well, first of all, I don't like following Domingo, so thanks for that. Look, I think that you've just heard 4 stories of the nearly 1.3 million stories of people out there who have been transformed and they're in their own lives and have transformed other people's lives. There's a bunch in the room, AmeriCorps members here today, and AmeriCorps alums here today. And I think, I really meant what I said when I say I believe AmeriCorps is love and hope in action. And there has never been a moment in our country and our world where it's needed more than today. And if you think about the multiplier effect of their stories, the people they've touched through their service, the humanity that they've brought to their work, and you multiply that by 1.3 million people, and the many millions of people that they've touched, this is a movement, right? And it can and should only grow from here. So my hope for AmeriCorps for the next 30 years is that it continues to grow, that we continue to make it better, that we continue to really hold ourselves accountable to making sure everybody can do AmeriCorps, everybody has equitable access. But I think it has the potential to transform even our politics, because as folks get exposed to each other, they get more proximate, they learn from each other's experiences, that just transforms their worldview. And I think you would all agree, I did through my year of service, I was a completely different person at the end of it. And I think that slow, steady, keep at it. I was at CGI this year, thank you for having me there. And the theme was keep going. And I think in moments like this in the country and the world, it's easy to sort of say, I can't deal, right? There's just so much bad stuff going on out there. But you have to look for the helpers, as Mr. Rogers said, and you have to keep going. And I hope AmeriCorps not only keeps going, but keeps going powerfully and with all the passion and humanity that these folks have shared with us today. I feel like this has the potential to really change the world in big ways. And it already has, but in even bigger ways in the next 30 years.
In a big, complicated country like ours, and in a big, complicated world, most of us get our information by indirection, through filters. And most of us have to only imagine what other people are going through because we can't go through it. But not every American can visit an Indian reservation. But we have to keep finding ways to do this. This works, and it's basically the only thing that does work. There's a political scientist who wrote an amazing little book last year named McRaney. It's called How Minds Change. And it's a fascinating book. It basically says, you don't change other people. They change themselves based on what they see, observe, and respond to. And so it's not very effective to do what, if you want change, to do what we do now, which is tell everybody who disagrees with us how stupid they are and clueless and not human. What works is people showing a minimal amount of respect and concern for one another, and then explaining, if you want somebody to change their position, what the human consequences of the current conditions are, and ask if they really find that acceptable, and if not, how can we change it? And I think that you see this a little bit in the Middle East today. I don't want to get into that now because we don't have time, but if you go to a Native American reservation, the temptation is to say, well, you're a smart young woman, you're a smart young man, get the hell out of here. Right? I mean, if you'd be in a three-piece suit driving a foreign car if you had decided you wanted to live somewhere else and do something else and make more money. It would have been a totally defensible decision. But a central part of America's culture is contained in the lives of the first Americans who are still living together. So I think, you know, for me, looking at it from 30,000 feet now, after all these decades, basically AmeriCorps is direct experience. It's unfiltered encounters. It's unavoidable dealing with difficulty. And I'm listening to all of you say that. So, Colonel, what do you think should happen the next 30 years to this program to make it more available and to make it more relevant?
I have a lot of thoughts. For the sake of time, when it comes to answer the question of what to do to make it more available, I have this vision, whether you are Times Square or in Aberdeen, South Dakota, that you walk into a recruiting center and you can join the Air Force, you can join the Army, or you can join AmeriCorps, or you can join, thank you, or you can join the Peace Corps. I think it is one of the most simple things that we could do to just expand the shared knowledge of the various service programs that are available. It seems pretty simple. I know those are famous last words, but I think when it comes to just providing multiple opportunities, I love what you said about the civilian army. Yes, absolutely. But I believe every American is wired to serve. I truly believe this. It's in the DNA of our country. You know, whether you look at the volunteer force, you look at the Civilian Conservation Corps in the 40s, look at the Peace Corps, you look at the AmeriCorps programs, like that's our country's DNA of service. And there's so much more than what I said. But every individual, like you walk into a school, you walk into a fire station, you walk into a police station, you walk into a nursing home, those are Americans that are serving. And so it's not a foreign concept, but it's just a matter of how do we take deliberate action to make sure Americans know all the opportunities that are out there. I've walked into a recruiting station. But I had to fight and go get that postcard at the library after I heard your State of the Union address to figure that out. Again, it's easier now because of the internet. But of my many visions for the future of national service, just giving Americans a one-stop opportunity to learn about all of the opportunities would be my first step.
That's a good idea. I guess I ought to point out that you know, every time we propose something like this, they say, oh, it's too much, let's stop. But, you know, the President Biden got this funding for the Climate Corps into its most recent legislation, and yet it hasn't been fully funded. Everybody thinks it costs too much money, but the multiplier is staggering. That is, you know, whatever, every place that, even when I was president, we had enormous evidence that the AmeriCorps volunteers who were working for very modest amounts of money got 2 or more other people just to come off the street and help just because they were there doing it, and it was magnetic to people. And so I think that if you're right, and I think you are, then we have to start thinking about how we're going to define that and how we're going to overcome the arguments that we somehow can't afford it, when in fact it may be the least expensive thing we can do to knit the country back together again. So what do you think about the next 30 years?
I think that's a great idea. I also think I probably would take it one step further. If somebody said to me, would you please join my movement to make AmeriCorps mandatory, I would sign up. I think it's something that fundamentally rewires the brain, and I think I agree that we are a country that there are plenty of opportunities for people to serve, plenty of opportunities for AmeriCorps to have an impact, and the way that would be a great way to scale AmeriCorps. Having said that, I understand people don't like the word mandatory, so the way that I would probably settle in on an answer is making it strongly incentivized. And I said this earlier too, we were talking about this as a group, creating AmeriCorps as like a gateway that people will be strongly incentivized to go through at a certain period of their life, where it's a precursor to jobs, it's a precursor to financial aid, it's a precursor to you name it, but it's becomes culturally something that you go through as part of, in many ways, the way that a gap year is part of the European culture of what people do when they graduate from high school. So putting AmeriCorps in that light, that it is something that we strongly encourage people to do. The second thing I probably would like to see is, and this is something I'm going to take away from my own leadership practice and management practice, is I think those of us in the meantime who are out hiring people, managing teams, managing organizations, running businesses, should make a greater effort, and I'm speaking about myself, of hiring and looking for AmeriCorps people. Because that in and of itself will create a culture over time where people will see that AmeriCorps is maybe something that got them their job. And that will something that will seep into the professional culture. So I'm sort of pledging today that that is something that I will do, and I think that means looking for AmeriCorps volunteers when you're looking through resumes. It means posting your jobs with AmeriCorps. And I'm not sure if there's a job board for alumni to be posting jobs. If there's not, maybe I'll help you work on that. But something like that. So we incorporate it into the alumni culture of AmeriCorps, and that's my pledge in terms of my leadership practice. But I think that's setting the stage for making it something, and I'd really like to see in 30 years AmeriCorps be something that people feel compelled to pass through as a stage in their life.
Yeah, I think we have a common theme. I think it should be 1 year of high school where you're serving in AmeriCorps while you're doing high school. And if not high school, then a gap year that when seen on a resume, employees are like, whoa, you did AmeriCorps during your gap year? Like something to emphasize how special and important it is. And I think if we make it part of tradition in America where our young adults have to serve in AmeriCorps. I know they hate mandatory, but it will also reduce the amount of college degrees that are wasted. Because I know a lot of people that served in AmeriCorps and had a complete 180 and went in a different field and had to learn new things because they realized that wasn't their passion. They didn't want to study what they studied. So I think it would save us a lot of money because we'd actually have educations that are useful because they're passionate about what they're learning because of AmeriCorps. And yeah, I think making it a tradition. It should be traditional. Like it's a tradition to serve in the Army. It's a tradition for people who have police officers in their family to be a police officer. I plan to have my kids join AmeriCorps or Climate Corps. Yeah.
So may I add one thing to that? I think a segue is, wouldn't it be amazing to live in America where somebody says, where did you serve? And I could say Iraq, Afghanistan, Native American reservation in South Dakota, city year in Little Rock, or like every example like of the alumni that we have in here, like that would be, that is my dream, that we will get to the point where it is just a natural, it's a common question, and there are so many ways to answer that question.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple of quick points. First of all, way back in 1987, I was on a Carnegie Council commission that I co-chaired with the then Republican governor of New Jersey, Tom Kean, who was a very close friend of mine, and I thought, and was a great governor. And one of the things we recommended, it was on middle school education, was that every curriculum of every public school in America should include a certain block of time for community service. Chelsea went to a Quaker high school in Sidwell Friends in Washington, where it was part of the curriculum. Everybody did it. Kathleen Kennedy Townsend, Robert Kennedy's daughter, when she was Lieutenant Governor of Maryland, got the legislature to pass a community service requirement for high school students, and it was the first state in the country to do it, and I think it was the last state in the country to do it. So we need to start thinking about this, about how it can be shaping. Second point I wanted to make is that Alexis de Tocqueville in the 1830s, when you talked about should it be mandatory or not, Alexis de Tocqueville came here and wrote his famous book, Democracy in America. But one of his interesting observations was that the difference between America and the older countries of Europe is when the citizens were unhappy in Europe, they griped about the state and tried to get them to change policy. He said the Americans do that for 2 or 3 days, and then they organize some community group and fix the problem. And that's what he said in the 1830s. And the final thing I want to say is a couple of days ago, the longest serving Senate aide in American history, a man named Bertie Bowman, died at 92. When I was a green kid from Arkansas who had to have a job to avoid, to stay in school in Washington, when my stepfather got desperately ill, I got a job as a clerk on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee working under the supervision of Bertie Bowman. He was a black guy from South Carolina who grew up in a family with 12 kids. His mother died young. His father and his stepmother had to organize the eating and the working and everything else for 12 kids. They didn't have any money. He heard a candidate for Congress say, "You can call me anytime if I win," in a speech. And this little black guy goes up to this white Southern politician and says, "Does that include me?" He said, "Sure." He never thought he'd hear from him. He went home, threw what little belongings he had in a pillowcase, made his way to Washington, D.C., showed up at the guy's office, and the guy paid him out of his own pocket to clean the streets of the steps of the Capitol for a few weeks, till he finally found a job. He slept outside. He couldn't do anything. Then he gets a job. Then, umpty-dump years later, I'm working for him and taking him everywhere I can because I was so impressed with him. Hillary gets to be Secretary of State. He's there at the Senate committee overseeing it. And he lived to be 92, and he worked till he was 90 years old. They let him stay because he was so alert, so that he spent a lifetime in service. It made him young. He grew up with nothing, and so he was always grateful for just a roof over his head and a way to make a living and get his kids an education. But we need to think of that. We think of the grieving families in Maine today. I grew up in gun country. I had a 22 when I was 10 years old, a .410 shotgun when I was 14. I was taught gun safety, and I passed the assault weapons ban, not by telling all the people that thought I was, you know how they are. I said, look, all I'm doing is asking for your help. I know you're out here in the country and you want to hurt and go to sports shooting conversation, all this stuff, but you have no idea what's like, life is like on the streets in America at the time, dominated by gangs and drugs. I said, these kids need your help. They're our kids too. And it wouldn't do you any harm to have a complete background check, to give up these weapons of war that you don't need for anything. And I went through all this stuff and I said, please help us. And we passed it. But I don't want to gild the lily here. Change is not easy. 15 people at least lost their whole careers because they laid down their careers to save kids' lives on the streets. But the point is, you have to make a direct connection, and you can't do it by telling people how ugly you are. You have to do it by digging down there and finding where people live. And so I can't thank you enough, all of you, for what you're doing and what you have done. But I was looking at all of you today thinking, God, if 100% of Americans, talk like they do, thought like they do, work like they do, does anybody seriously believe we'd be dealing with half the problems we're dealing with today? No. So everything is here that we need to solve our problems and seize our opportunities. And that's the gamble I was making 30 years ago with AmeriCorps. And I looked at you and realized, we should have done it even more. And I think we can now. So let's give them a big hand. They were great. Thank you.
Please welcome AmeriCorps alum, Jada Zuniga.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jada Zuniga, and it's an honor to be here today. I have to say, I fully agree with alumni and President Clinton, who all shared their amazing stories. Once again, thank you to all the panelists for sharing your stories. It's inevitable that AmeriCorps really changes lives, including my own. Hearing from the panel, it's clear that AmeriCorps has opened many doors of opportunity, even sometimes doors that you didn't even know were an option. Just 2 months ago, I started a full-time job as a patient care technician, helping people who are navigating the challenging world of kidney care and dialysis. It's an experience that can sometimes make patients feel alone or isolated, as their care often depends on in-center hemodialysis for several hours. One of the most rewarding parts of my job is presenting myself with patients, knowing that I can put a smile on their face at the end of the day. School and technical training might prepare you for a day of a healthcare job, but it is real-world experience that helps you see the human side of this industry, as well as other jobs. And for that, I am extremely thankful for my service with AmeriCorps. I served in the first cohort of Public Health AmeriCorps, and as Mr. Smith had mentioned earlier, it's a historic partnership with the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, which fill in the gaps of our public health workforce by advancing more equitable outcomes for underserved communities and create pathways to public health careers for people of all backgrounds, especially those who are underrepresented in the field. It may come to a surprise to many, but Public Health AmeriCorps welcomes individuals as young as 18 years old, without the prerequisite of a college degree or prior experience, or any experience in public health. Throughout my service year, I witnessed firsthand the program's genuine appreciation for lived experiences, valuing them as much, or if not even more, than formal degrees and certifications. This genuine appreciation, among many others, is what piqued my interest and motivated me to seize the opportunity to learn and grow while serving in the local community. During my service year as an AmeriCorps member, I had the privilege of serving in the esteemed Pima County Health Department in Tucson, Arizona. It's a little warm over there, so I'm enjoying the weather here in Arkansas. I had the privilege of discovering the program through Arizona Serve, an AmeriCorps program affiliated with the Prescott College. In my service, I played a pivotal role in fostering internal collaborations by establishing meaningful partnerships with local communities surrounding Tucson. Additionally, I actively contributed to the overarching mission of promoting a healthier workforce through implementation of award-winning initiatives that focused on creating a positive and conducive work environment. During my time here, I gained a profound understanding. Embracing challenges and seizing opportunities, seizing the opportunities can yield unexpected yet highly rewarding outcomes, such as everlasting friendships and inevitable networking. This experience enabled me to discern not only my strengths, but also my weaknesses. I think it's very important, to understand that weaknesses can also be highly rewarding as much as we don't want to face them. Offering invaluable insights that have significantly contributed to my personal and professional development. I not only fulfilled my designated responsibilities, but I also seized every opportunity given by Arizona Serve, actively engaging in local communities and contributing meaningfulness to narrative as understanding significance of community involvement. AmeriCorps played a fundamental role in shaping my educational journey, paving the way for my pursuit of becoming a public health nurse. The education award I received has been instrumental, providing essential support to my academic endeavors. With this foundation, I am equipped to serve and make meaningful impact on the community, a goal that is deeply rooted in my passion and for public health, and to continue the legacy that my late grandpa created when he immigrated here in 1984. I trust that my narrative, as long as those shared by the panelists before and after me, will inspire and guide the next generation, paving the way for the future of their successes. So before I part today, I want to say thank you to President Clinton for your vision and courage to create an agency that supports young people like me to chase their dreams while improving our communities. To AmeriCorps for your support and partnership with local schools and universities, making opportunities more accessible, as well as organizations like Pima County Health Department, who are doing life-saving work. And of course, to my family and friends, as someone once told me, once a champion, always a champion. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage moderator Shirley Sagawa, Alice Kwan, Mayor Derek Rainey, Amy Sovacool, and Niger Wesley for our next conversation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shirley Sagawa, and I'm so thrilled to be here. I had the privilege of working alongside many people in this room to help bring President Clinton's vision to life. So raise your hand if you were part of that world, inside and outside government. I've seen a bunch of you here, so thank you so much. I also had the chance to work with the late Eli Segal, who a dear friend, and Harris Wofford, Senator Kennedy, all of whom are dearly missed. And also the First Lady, Hillary Clinton, who did so much to support the passage of the legislation and has remained a champion. And I'm happy to say, as has Chelsea Clinton, and it's wonderful to have the next generation of leadership from the Clinton family be so invested in this program. We had such great hopes when we did this legislation. We were going to get things done that weren't getting done. We were going to change the lives of the people who served. And we're going to build a stronger America where people see problems and work together to solve them. And I think we've done a little bit of that, which is pretty great. And so much more to come. But one of the things that has happened in a powerful way that I don't think we fully appreciated at the time was how AmeriCorps was going to build this amazing pipeline of people who are going to play essential roles in the health of this country writ widely. And I've always thought of this as AmeriCorps as a sort of a civic apprenticeship. So you're building your civic muscles while you're building your work skills and leadership skills. And I do think that term really captures what this is all about. And in the early days, there were programs that made that explicit. Teach for America was one of those programs that was going to lead people from service into a career in education. But so many other programs have done that in so many different ways. It's absolutely I think, well documented, the role that AmeriCorps has had in creating the next generation, not just of teachers, but education leaders from across the board. Vista, which predated AmeriCorps but became part of AmeriCorps, it has been a source of nonprofit leaders for many decades, and other programs like Public Allies and so many others have followed that pathway. So today we're going to hear from some amazing leaders in their own right to talk about this sort of pipeline phenomenon, which I'm pretty excited to have a chance to pull out of them what they know. And I'm going to start with Mayor Rainey. You, who is a Renaissance man, by the way. I don't know if you saw his bio, but this man is a minister, musician, entrepreneur, athlete, and it turns out a mayor and somebody who has something really important to say on this topic. So tell us about how AmeriCorps has led to your role as mayor of Wrightsville.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it, Shirley. I'm very grateful to be here. I bring you great greetings from the great city of Wrightsville, Arkansas. Many of you have not heard of it before, but it's just 10 minutes south of Little Rock. But I also have the opportunity and the pleasure and the blessing to serve in the city of Little Rock as well. And I served because of my AmeriCorps experience. One of the things I've reflected on recently is you never know when an opportunity comes back around. And it was the thing that sparked a fire in you. I was a senior in high school at Parkview Arts and Science Magnet High School, and City Year was about to start. They had a group of corps members who were Sarah Robertson, who eventually became executive director, Dave Moore, and Lizeth. And I remember doing service projects as part of student council.
Wow. And
not understanding that I was going to be a part of this movement by just doing, we did some landscaping and beautification at the school, and I thought that was what I was going to do. I was like, I could plant trees all day. This is great. I could do murals, but it became more than that. When I became a corps member, after graduating from Morehouse College, I said, I need to come back home. And I needed to give back to those who had given to me, who had invested in me. And that's what led me into this AmeriCorps lifer experience, where I've done projects now at my elementary, middle, and high school, my after-school program, and Boys and Girls Club. And those who remember me as a young kid remember that I wasn't the best kid as well. But I was one who appreciated connection and fellowship. And AmeriCorps has shown me that it's not just those who you serve, but they're investing in you when you serve them. And I'll just kind of say that even from my career, my Eli Siegel AmeriCorps Award paid for my graduate school experience at the Clinton School of Public Service. So doubling up on that experience, serving 2 years in a row, over 3,500 hours of service, showed me that we can give so much more, and it's not about what we get, but it's what we give.
That's fantastic. So, Amy. Amy is the CEO of Conservation Legacy, which is one of the leading youth corps in the country, and part of the Corps Network, which is such an important part of our whole landscape of service. I'm really interested in what your thoughts are about the skills that people are developing through their service that lead to a career.
Sure. Well, it's good morning, everyone. It's really awe-inspiring to be in this room and with my fellow panelists up here. And I think about 2 or 3 things here. One is grit, one is purpose, and another is just the uniqueness that comes from an AmeriCorps experience that you can't replicate in any other space. And I think of grit first. We did a study a while ago now, but it showed that young people who were serving in corps had 980% greater grit than non-AmeriCorps, non-Conservation Corps members. That's a huge number. I almost didn't believe it. But then when you think about what it takes to be an AmeriCorps member, especially serving on public lands, you're dealing with heat, you're dealing with rain, you're dealing with dirt, and all of the other things that you have to develop a lot of sense of resiliency, personal resiliency, to be successful. So I think that's a really important part of service, and I know it transcends not just corps, but other locations or other types of service as well. Purpose, you talked about purpose, and I think Domingo also talked about purpose. So that is a common theme, and that leads, in terms of workforce development, a generation of young people that are graduating or finishing their terms of service that are bringing that sense of purpose to their workplaces, other community organizations, cities, towns, other federal agencies, civic organizations, I think is really important. And then another one, there is something unique, and it's hard to put your finger on, about having a AmeriCorps term of service. And on my way here, I posted on LinkedIn. I was like, hey, this is where I'm going to be. I'm really happy to be here. And I'm going to read one response to my LinkedIn post of one of our alums, from about 10 years ago, because I think she kind of hits on this. She said, "This type of national service gave me the foundational civic understanding to lead me to a profession in local government administration. No traditional education experience could replicate my deep commitment to serving residents as a civic servant." I don't think I can say that any better, but that connection of developing a sense of service through service and then bringing that into the workforce is something that's incredibly powerful and valuable.
It is. And every study that talks about sort of lifelong health and happiness talks about purpose. And it's, where do you get that? Well, there's many ways to get it, but AmeriCorps is clearly one of the best. Nigeria, you are a 2019 FEMA Corps alum, and I remember when FEMA Corps was created, I was tremendously excited that it could pave the way to a whole host of programs that address needs that the federal government is seeking to solve and doesn't have the Army to do it. So I'm curious to hear about your experience there, and how did it affect your future career?
Yes, so good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity for being here. As she had mentioned, so I was a FEMA Corps alum. I'm a FEMA Corps alum. I graduated program back in 2019. So it's pretty good to see all the A's in the audience. I know you all have the new updated A's. We was the old version back then, but it was still a nice A. So my experience back then as a FEMA Corps member, I was a Corps member first, and then I became a team leader. So I was able to get two sides of the spectrum when it came to the service of the program. So my experience was quite interesting, because I don't think there's many other experiences out there or services out there like AmeriCorps, FEMA Corps, where you're the supervisor of people that you work and live with. So that was quite the experience in and upon itself, because you're trying to maintain camaraderie with the team and also build relationships where you try to keep it professionally and personally, which can be kind of hard when living with individuals. So I had the opportunity to gain some experiences from that, with just knowing how to manage, be a better manager. And managing, what I mean for that is, when I break down the word, I'll try to look at all fashions of management, which is managing people, managing teams, being able to help the people that I serve, and also time management. How can I help structure the team so that we're have more guidance and direction moving forward, and also just managing tasks or priorities throughout my service term. So I was able to gain some of those skills there. And then the other one I was able to gain, which I believe is the most important thing to me, is being able to invest. So when I look at the word investment, I look at it as, how can I invest in people? So I'm really team-centric. That's kind of like my leadership style. So I try to focus on how best can I invest in my teammates. So funny story, when I was a team leader, my teammates actually did a PowerPoint, a presentation on the McClellan-Kerr Arkansas River Navigation System. So it's funny enough that we're in Arkansas now, and then we actually did a research project on that. So I had about 3 teammates who took part in this project. And one of them specifically, I'm not going to name drop because he's still an AmeriCorps person, but he gave me the hardest time ever because he's not big on public speaking. So I seen this as a challenge for him to grow. And I had a big picture in mind. He just kind of was like, Nigeria, do I have to do this? And I was kind of feeling bad for myself because I was like, am I putting him in a worse predicament for himself? So we fast forward to the presentation, and he did a great job. He did phenomenal. He did black out because he said he doesn't remember what he talked about. But nonetheless, what I truly value from that engagement, that interaction I had with him was after he presented, he said, "Thank you, Najir. I really appreciate you for doing this for me." Because now he developed a skill set for public speaking that he can take that with him throughout his life. So I try to invest in people, just trying to develop their skill sets. And then as being a Female Corps liaison for the Female Corps program, when I manage team leaders, I try to invest in them by experiencing and kind of developing their growth so that way they have that professionalism when they exit the program. So from my experience with Female Corps, I would say just management within that totality of people, and then time management, and then also just investing in people, seeing the value in that.
Absolutely. Alice, so I'm just going to brag about you for a minute because you're a leader in Deloitte Consulting, but you have played such an outside role supporting in communities in your work. So thank you for that. And one of the things you've been involved with is creating the Deloitte Career Catalyzer that recruits City Year AmeriCorps members. So can you talk about that? Why did you do that?
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and so happy to be here along with my panelists. So which one of us does not look like the other, right? So I represent a private organization. So I did not grow up being a do-gooder. Immigrant family, first-generation Chinese American was not in our DNA. It was like, go out, go get work, go get a job, get paid. And so it really wasn't part of anything that I thought about. And then you fast forward, I joined Deloitte, which is a consulting, it's a professional services firm. And you're like, what's that? Consulting, tax, audit, right, that kind of thing. And we're actually the largest globally. So we serve lots of different clients, some in private sector, some in public sector. And so through that work, one of our partners was very involved with City Year. And he was a leader in our practice. He brought City Year into one of our town halls, and that's how I first got exposed to City Year. From there, I became a mentor to the Life After City Year program. From there, got onto the New York City Board. And then from there, also now I lead the relationship between City Year and Deloitte. And so through all those interactions, I got more exposure to AmeriCorps members, City Year members, and realized the value that they brought and the skill sets that they brought, which were so transferable in terms of what we do. And it's one of these things that I don't think is very, it's not as natural of a leap, right? So, for Nigeria to go from an AmeriCorps to FEMA, it makes more sense, right? From AmeriCorps to military might make more sense. But to jump to private organizations, sometimes it's just not as intuitive. But I'll tell you, like some of the things even that Amy was talking about, right? Having grit totally makes sense for what we need to do day to day with our clients. Being resilient, right? Being a good team leader, also very transferable skills, right? Having the ability to work in ambiguity, right? Makes a lot of sense. And so these are the kinds of skills that I saw in AmeriCorps members that were so important for what we do as a living. And so we used to hire people, by chance. Once in a while, someone might join, and we were like, oh, this person is fantastic. And so then over time we said, well, why don't we create something that is more of an institutionalized pathways between City Year and Deloitte? And so 2 years ago, out of this brainstorm, it was Jim, his leadership team. We had Kana, who's the strategy officer, Mithra, who's the recruiting officer, and John, who is the chief operations officer. And we said, what if we made this a little bit more industrialized, and what if we made it more real and intentional? And so from there, what we decided to do was broadly advertise to all the City Year Corps members what life outside of City Year could be in the private sector, and in particular for Deloitte. And we knew that because this wasn't an intuitive jump, we spent a lot of time talking about what the translatable skills would be. And we had City Year and AmeriCorps members talk about what they're doing right now in consulting and how that was transferable, what they did with difficult students is not that different than what you would do with difficult clients. And so I think it made it a lot easier to relate. And so we did a lot of information sessions. We also were really intentional about doing a lot of hand-holding to make sure that AmeriCorps members were ready for the interviews when they went through it at a private organization or a place like Deloitte. So we did a lot of case studies. We did a lot of behavioral interviews, which again, might not have been the natural thing if you were to go into nonprofit, as an example. And so from there, in our first year, we were able to hire 25 people from City Year into Deloitte. And the class of students that we got, 70% of them were outside of schools that we would normally recruit from. So from an organizational perspective, it was really a big plus for us too, because of the diversity of candidates that we could get that we wouldn't normally be getting off of campus. And so there was, a lot of upside also in terms of what we wanted to do from an overall diversity perspective. And so, it's because of these experiences and because of the success that we've had that we're now pushing the envelope even more and, trying to encourage others to do the same.
Very cool. So I want to go back to you just to say, that this is a great example, and you got involved with this because you were familiar with the program and you could see how powerful these skills that these young people were getting and how they would translate. But how do we get other employers to see that? We've talked a lot about, a service year should be the kind of credential, AmeriCorps should be a credential. And to do that, employers have to understand the value. So have you thought about that? How do we take what you've done, not to give you more competition, but how do we get other employers to kind of see that?
Yeah, I think that it's several things, right? One is making sure that we get good stories like this out there, right? And so when Amora asked me to come, I said absolutely. Even though it's really hard to get here. Because I think it's so important to spread the word about what this can mean for private organizations, because again, it's not, I don't think it's as intuitive. So one is just getting some champions out there. I mean, all of you all work with organizations, whether they be on your boards, right, or people that volunteer, but talking to them about this as an opportunity and having them spread the word, I think is important. I also think that there's some branding to be done for AmeriCorps as well, right? Like explicitly branding what it means in terms of some of these transferable skills, because what the Corps members bring is amazing and can make you really successful in private organization. The other thing I would say is go to the source. So having purpose in an organization is really important to young talent. And so if organizations know that this is something that young talent cares about, guess what? They're gonna follow. And they're going to want to value that year of service, because even though this is a soft economy now, things will change, right? And at the end of the day, it will still be the talent that drives where organizations go. And so I think that, by doing some of these things, we can certainly start to move the needle on it.
Makes sense. I know FEMA, Nigeria, has hired a lot of FEMA Corps members, and one might say it built FEMA Corps as a deliberate pipeline. Is that true, and why is that?
Yes, so we do have a pipeline from FEMA Corps members to becoming FEMA employees. So I was a part of that pipeline myself. So back in 2019, when I graduated from the program, so we have two different pretty much tiered positions within FEMA. You have reservists, which is part-time, and you have core employees, which is full-time 2 to 4 year contracts. So when I did the fast track, we have our fast track hiring event, and essentially that's our pipeline from FEMA Corps members to FEMA employees. So it has grown since its inception back in 2016, and even when I did it back in 2019, it has grown even further. Kind of jealous of the opportunities that the members have now with all the vacancies that have been a part of the fast track hiring program. So I was a reservist with FEMA. I was an environmental compliance review specialist within the environmental historical preservation program of FEMA, and I became a full-time employee after that. So currently right now with our fast track hiring event, so what we do, just to give you all an overview, we invest a lot within our members. So one of our panelists had mentioned that they also, it was a lot of hand-holding, so we kind of do that within the same fashion with our members, where we have them do, we have a template pretty much with federal resumes that has been vetted by Ochiko, which is our hiring manager, so we have that template for the members. We do informational interviews, and then we also coordinate with our FEMA partners, which is the hiring managers for those different programs or cadres that we call it in FEMA. And they come speak to our members with introductions, like their cadre introductions, and that kind of just entails, they talk about the positions that they have available, what the qualifications entail, the skill sets needed for those positions, and it kind of give you like a rundown of what the day in the life of that position is. And it also offers members the opportunities to ask them questions. So pretty much in a nutshell, we kind of cut out the middle person for when members apply for jobs and have them talk directly to the hiring managers. So just to kind of give you all some fun stats about our fast track hiring event, the most previous class that graduated March of 2023. So the fast track hiring event is optional. So for those who participated in the event, it was about 39 members. 37 of those members actually received a job offer with FEMA. So we had about a 95% conversion rate with the March class of 2023. And then our most recent class, July of this year, 2023, we had about, I believe, 35 members who participated in the fast track hiring event, and about 29 members received offers with FEMA. So we had about a 79% conversion rate. So I'm saying all this to say is we invest a lot into our members to help them become FEMA employees, and we definitely see the upside of it. So the upside of it is that the members already have had previous experience with FEMA during their service term. So this year, which was unprecedented for us, we had teams deployed to Hawaii, Guam, Puerto Rico, and Florida. We still maintain a pretty consistent footprint in Florida from the previous disaster. So they're able to take those skill sets, experiences directly with FEMA and apply it to their resume, so that way it shows that they have the direct correlation with FEMA, so that way it shows that their qualifications for those positions. So I'm proud to say that we're definitely improving our fast track hiring event throughout each class, and we hope to kind of consistently maintain that pipeline from FEMA Corps members to FEMA employees, because we show that those who do the program, they pretty much align with our mission of FEMA, which is helping people before, during, and after disasters. So by members serving, they're providing that service, it aligns perfectly with our mission of FEMA, and we're able to have people who focus more on the people aspect, so that way we can support survivors in the field.
Fantastic. I mean, it's so interesting with these two examples where we have kind of a specific employer and a specific program. And I think that, what's been complicated, and I think a problem we need to solve for, is how do we go to a more field-wide opportunity base and pipelines. Corps, I think, have a pretty good history of understanding that one of the main goals, of course, is for people to leave and go on to work or school. And I'm curious to hear from Amy about, especially when you have young people who haven't had a lot of advantages in life, how does service become that in a broader way?
Sure. So, and if I may, I'd like to go back just a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. On this idea of how do we try to get folks, private employers especially, to understand, I think there's a call to action for all of us who are currently engaging with AmeriCorps members to help them translate those skills to their resume. Mm-hmm. That leadership, that resiliency, that communication, all of those things that, and you talked about, right? Your member who gained their communication skills as their term of service. Those are really important for us as program managers to help translate. My husband served overseas for two or three tours of duty. He came back, I watched him struggle. Translate that experience, which is incredible, the amount of complexity he was dealing with, struggle with translating that back on his resume. So I think I'll just say, there's some work for us to do as those of us that are in the field to help our members also translate that, so that when you see a resume, a recruiter sees a resume, that they understand that.
That makes tons of sense.
Yeah, so just flagging that. So in terms of what Corps do, we design programs, right, that don't have a lot of prerequisites, that we can look for and recruit those who will benefit most professionally and personally, and provide the skills and the training and the expertise needed to be successful in a career. And I think there's a variety of ways that we do that with very intentional programs. Fire training programs where a young person can come in with no experience and gain the learn how to run a chainsaw, learn how to be on a fire line, learn how to put fire on the ground safely, which is really fun if you haven't done that before. Learn how to do that, and then have a direct pipeline after working alongside all the federal land management agency partners, have those networks and have those connections so that they can move in. And I think there's work still to be done there to make sure that there's non-competitive hiring authority available at the federal level especially, but I think state commissions are here in this room too, right? There's states that can also help us with all of this.
Explain what non-competitive hiring is, I think, for folks who aren't living in the federal government jargon.
That's fair. I'm living in the federal government jargon, even though I'm not a federal employee. Yeah, non-competitive hiring status gives an individual an opportunity, a leg up, basically, into a federal career, not having to compete against the general public. I know it's available for Peace Corps and Vista. It should be available for everybody that serves a year. That would be amazing.
Thank you. And some states are doing it, so I think that that's been an exciting trend. And that does help build those broader cross-sections. And I will say, like listening earlier to, I think it was Domingo talking about the composting and his career path, you know, you can see how sort of organically, not to make a pun, that might develop just from, you know, exposure, you know, to things that you aren't necessarily aware of. And I think AmeriCorps certainly does that in many ways that we can't anticipate. But once a young person who's not been out in the woods is out in the woods, they might realize that there are a whole host of things that could lead to. In your organization, where do most people go on to after they complete their terms?
Sure, so it's varied. For the programs that are very specific in terms of wildfire development, we have a program specifically for military veterans, the Veterans Fire Corps. Over 50% of those folks go directly into wildland fire. And those that don't have decided, right, that that's not their career, which is also equally important. So a lot of success in wildland fire. And Corps across the country have pretty intense individual placement programs where young people are serving alongside somebody who's with the Park Service or the Forest Service for a year and gaining skills. In our resource assistant program, for example, over 40% of those young people go directly into a term or an employment opportunity with the federal agencies as well. So a lot go into the federal agency of where they're working. They have made those networks. They've developed the networks that are really important for career development. They've developed the skills. They've proven themselves as somebody that is going to be a very valuable employee. So that's certainly one. And then I think we also have a lot of alums that stay with us or go to other corps. And one thing I'm incredibly proud of is 15 years ago now, actually, we started programs on tribal lands and with Native communities in the Southwest. And a story that I didn't really think about until I was reflecting on our 15th anniversary of our Ancestral Lands Conservation Corps is that 15 of the 18 full-time staff there are AmeriCorps alums. There was no infrastructure, there's no community infrastructure 15 years ago for conservation programs in these communities. We helped build that through AmeriCorps by starting small and having a few small crews, and then they became leaders in their communities, and then that continued to grow. So there's also a special place, I think, for us that are in the AmeriCorps world that we try to retain at least a portion of the talent to help really continue to building the communities that we know are really important.
That's really important. And I love a couple of things you said, like everything you said, of course, but that you said people could try out a career that maybe it turns out that's not their best fit. And I know in education that's really important. You know, somebody who invests, you know, I'm going to be a teacher, and they get in there and it's just not meant for them. They're not necessarily going to be the best teacher for those children. And at least they can know that early on and move on. And I think that's one important point. And I think there's always a struggle. One of the great things we've always loved about AmeriCorps is you're serving alongside people who aren't necessarily just like you. And yet it's also so wonderful when you see a community take the young people who are living there and think about them as assets and future leaders. It's really a transformational, I think, orientation that AmeriCorps just by definition brings to a community. So love that. And I would love to hear from Mayor Rainey, just like thinking about kind of the double bottom line of, you know, changing people's lives through service and then the service that helps others. What has that meant in terms of a career? What has that meant in terms of your career?
Yeah, absolutely. So the double bottom line should be in every industry that we operate in. It shouldn't be just the bottom line of profit. Because even that service has some type of product and someone's making that. And when I think about, when I was reflecting on this question and reflecting on my experience and the people who have invested in me, AmeriCorps says what? We're gonna get things done. Well, what I learned in City Year was I also need to serve with an open heart and an open mind. And that I'm working with people versus working for people. And that's what I learned at the Clinton School. So this double bottom line goes and extends, as we're talking about, a pipeline of career, of transferable skills, learning to see what the need is for a community, but not determine that need for them is very important. Because the community should be able to come up with the solution from within. But we, as AmeriCorps members and alumni, help get to that solution. We help that student who's struggling with reading and math to then become a Pulaski County Sheriff, which I was just approached and reminded by a student who I helped in the 2nd grade, and just this past September came to me and said, "Mr. D, you don't remember me, do you?" Well, one, he's taller than me, he has super huge muscles, and I'm thinking like, I don't, and he says I see his name tag and it says Buford. And as soon as I saw it, my mind went back to the child who was struggling from 2nd to 5th grade, not with reading and math. He was struggling with the loss of his father or the absence of a father figure. He was struggling with anger that he had that he couldn't deal with. And he reminded me of everything. And that is the bottom line that we really should be looking at, the double bottom line of we make an impact on people who we will never know. And some we may get the opportunity and the blessing to be able to hear it and to see the impact come around full circle. But today he shared with me that he remembers when his mom would call me first before calling the school. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how many other people have that same experience where they've touched someone's life, changed the family dynamic, and has inspired someone to give back. So that's what I mean as far as the double bottom line. It wasn't about my service. Now he's serving his community the best he can because of the service that we were doing at his school.
That's fantastic. That was very powerful. We've got a couple more minutes, so I wanted to just, above all of the specific skills, we've heard a lot about really core skills, but a lot of you have touched on just the orientation that the people who have done AmeriCorps get to their world and their role in making it better. And that has got to be something that many employers should value, maybe more, as you point out, perhaps every employer ought to value that. And I was thinking about a study when I was at Service Year Alliance. We partnered with a company called Burning Glass. I believe there was a City Year alum at Burning Glass, and that's why they came forward and wanted to do this. But they did a study of a whole bank of resumes that they had based on the database they had, and determined that people who do a service year were more likely to work in education and social services than comparable people. They were more likely to complete their college degree. And really importantly, they were more likely to possess organizational and leadership skills, and to list those as part of their what they have to offer. And I was hoping just to ask you all in like the couple minutes we have left to just reflect on the leadership piece of it, because this would be a great way to get more workers in whatever field it is. And certainly we have some high priority fields we've been talking about. I think in this time we can certainly see the need for more disaster workers and conservation workers, et cetera. But talk a little bit about, if you have any sense of, are we getting leaders out of this program? And I'll start with, why don't we start here?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I was mentioning that it was through my experience with AmeriCorps City Year members that first got me interested in doing more. And it is because of what they were able to bring to the table. And, you know, I was reflecting on some of the conversations with the panel as well. Having people like that in your organization changes the culture of your organization, right? Because they want to give back and they pull the next generation forward. It has a huge ripple effect in terms of the overall workforce, and that makes an organization better as well, right? Getting back to the double bottom line. And so I think that this sense of them being better leaders, I think also them being more mature, quite frankly, right? So we hire tens of thousands of people right out of school. And you know, I think you were mentioning at the table, you know, some people are still flying paper airplanes in the team rooms, right? And doing social media coming right out of school. But when you have an AmeriCorps or City Year member coming to you after their year of service, you know, they have led teams, right, of students. They're working with principals. They're running programs. And so the level of maturity and the output that you get is far beyond what you would get from someone at that level. And so I definitely see a lot of that, but those are just some of the tangible things in terms of leadership, mentorship, right, paying it forward, pulling up next generation, giving back, sense of purpose, like all of those are very special things.
That's really interesting. Who else wants to comment on this?
And I actually want to pay homage to a few who are in the room because they don't know it, but they helped me develop as a leader. And co-founders Michael Brown and Alan Casey for City Year, and then current President Jim Balfans and a mentor of mine, Stephen Spallows. Me watching from afar, seeing their example. So that's the part. Mm-hmm. The leadership develops from the example that we see. And when Alan Casey was running for office, he didn't know that he inspired me to make the connection between national community service and public service. And Big Citizenship was one of those books that I read about and learned how to be a citizen and lead through your own, I guess, ecosystem. The president of Morehouse College, when I was graduating, said, "We are all global leaders, but we must have a local focus." And my local focus showed me that what I can do in my community is more important than what I do globally, because I impact the global society through the leadership that I employ for myself, but also have with my teammates. So are we building leaders? The answer is yes. There are leaders who are all around this world who are AmeriCorps alumni who may never get the recognition. But I was telling, I think Alice, you were asking me like, so how are you, you're mayor, and how are you doing that? And, are you doing it full time? And no, I learned how to work on nothing as a Corps member. Who else do you know will work for 10 hours a day, come up and show the next day, do it for 10 months for less than $1,000 a month? Someone who understands the impact and the purpose of why they get up in the morning. And I think that's what we're really doing when we're looking at the leadership.
Wow, very powerful. Najir, Amy?
I'll just add here that I think we're developing leaders of leaders as well, especially in the Corps world. We have crew leaders and we had field supervisors. There's a step ladder of leadership that is really important and really valuable. And leadership is a big term, and we know that exists. I think what fundamentally Corps and other AmeriCorps programs develop is leaders with a set of values that are principle-based, which is so important. We were talking about unity and civic engagement, that quality of leadership is needed now more than ever in society, and that's what we do with that purpose-driven, value-driven leadership. So I think I'm just adding maybe a little specificity to that type of leaders, because it's not just any leader, I think, that we're developing. We're developing young people with that sense of purpose, with a value system of civic engagement, of engaging with one another, with teams. So you talked a lot about your team development, right? If you had not been in part of AmeriCorps, how would your approach to team development in your role change? So I just think that's important for us to reflect on and value as well as one of our, as our pieces, because that has set what I think some of our leaders coming out, that they have that direction. That's important.
Very insightful. You get the last word on this topic.
Yeah. Yeah, just a couple of things I would just add to this is within our program, with AmeriCorps too, as a service within its totality, definitely one of the leadership skills that we're able to add is problem solving. And some people may think that problem solving could be this whole big thing, oh, we trying to get people to the moon, but it's really just simple things, trying to gain clarity on solving issues that you have on hand. So I think one of the leadership skills is having problem-solving skills, because you can tackle pretty much any challenge that comes your way. And problem-solving is also a skill to have, not within the professional world, but also personally too, because as we get older and we come up to more challenges, we got to figure out ways to kind of navigate that. So I would just add problem-solving, and then communication too, being able to communicate to people from a diverse background. So during my service year, I've had people from all different walks of life, and people respond differently to things that you say. So trying to just get to a common ground, so that way when I communicate and when we communicate amongst each other, we all are able to interpret it pretty well. So I would just add problem solving and just communicating to different backgrounds with people.
Fantastic. Well, this panel has given us all a lot to think about. I mean, one thing that's kind of running through my mind is, we're all super frustrated at how AmeriCorps should be so much bigger, right? Like, we all think that. And just think what the world would be like if we had these leaders. I mean, more of these folks. And what's really cool about AmeriCorps, I think probably at the size it is still like the biggest leadership development program in the country, right? And it makes me feel like most leadership programs, and I'm sure a lot of you all have been in them, you have to apply, you have to already be a leader to get to be in a leadership development program, right? And here is a program where you get to just raise your hand and just say, and you might be raising your hand because you don't have anything else you can think you can do. You're like, well, this is the only job I can do, and that might be why you're there. But that means that people of all walks of life, of every skill level, of all, backgrounds, ideas, commitments, can raise their hand and just be in a leadership development program. And if that's the case, we ought to have that everywhere, because we really need these public-spirited leaders, not just in nonprofits, not just in, other corps, not just in schools, but really, across our country and certainly in our government. So I just want to thank you all for making that so concrete and so, at the same time, inspirational. So thanks so much for sharing all of your experiences. Thank you. And I think we're done.
Please turn your attention to the screen for the announcement of a new commitment to action.
On behalf of the team at the Schultz Family Foundation, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for being a part of this event, along with so many other passionate leaders who understand the power of national service to create a stronger country and brighter future for young people. At the Schultz Family Foundation, our mission and reason for being is to create greater opportunity accessible to all, and we see national service as an integral part of bringing that mission to life. Now, over the past 30 years, thanks in large part to the leadership and support from President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, and many of you in the room today, AmeriCorps has created opportunities for young people to develop skills while meeting critical community needs. But the truth is, AmeriCorps has to evolve. It has to become more equitable and accessible so that it can truly become a pathway of opportunity to any young person, no matter their background or station in life. We believe philanthropy has a shared responsibility with government and companies to make this happen. That's why we've made significant investment over the past 4 years to make AmeriCorps more accessible to any young person interested in answering the call to serve as a way to develop skills and launch a career while serving communities. In 2020, we launched the Washington COVID Response Corps as a joint partnership with Serve Washington during the height of the COVID-19 crisis in Washington state. By combining federal and state government resources with investment from private philanthropy, the program successfully engaged a diverse network of community organizations, including many host sites new to AmeriCorps. At the same time, the program created opportunities for young people who were disconnected from work and school as a result of the pandemic. Also in Washington State, in partnership with the Balmer Group, we expanded the program to a National Service Challenge to support national service as a pathway of opportunity for young people, especially young adults of color, as well as people from low-income households. We're so encouraged to see the progress to date in so many states like Colorado, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, Texas, and Washington. And now we are working in partnership with the National Governors Association to share these learnings with more states, with the hope of bolstering support for national service as a skills, readiness, workforce development, and economic growth engine. Next year, we look forward to launching a youth mental health corps with Pinterest, AmeriCorps, and America Forward that will allow young people to earn a credential and pursue careers in the mental health field as they help address the youth mental health crisis in schools and communities across the country. Service is a win-win-win. It bonds people with their country, connects them with their community, and allows them to develop skills to launch careers, and can also be a powerful economic catalyst to help young people navigate to jobs of the future. We are so deeply proud of the partnership with all of you in this important work and look forward to the next steps ahead. Thank you very much.
Please welcome AmeriCorps alum Stephanie Vestal.
Althea, Marquel, Michael, Amy, Cheyenne, Nick, and DJ. These are students I worked with during my 2 years of service as a City Year AmeriCorps member over 15 years ago, whose names will never leave me. They're my starfish stories. And as the story goes, one day a girl is walking along the beach and she sees thousands of starfish washed up, so she starts to throw them back in the ocean one by one. An older, some may say grumpy man, comes up and admonishes her. "You'll never save them all, little girl." But she looks at him, looks at the beach, picks up one starfish, throws it back in the ocean, and said, "Well, I made a difference to that one." Now, I know for many in this room, I did not need to explain that story, but when I first heard the story, it didn't end with that famous line. It continued with the man being so inspired by the little girl that he too started to throw starfish back in the ocean, and soon there were dozens of people from the community on the beach helping to save the starfish. All these years later, that second part of the story stays with me as the heart of my AmeriCorps experience, my personal and my professional life, my actions as a public servant, engaging community members, and business and building social cohesion. My name is Stephanie Vestal. I served with City Year Rhode Island and City Year Washington, D.C., and I'm excited to be standing here today as an AmeriCorps alum and a current student at the Clinton School for Public Service. AmeriCorps was and still is a family, a community for me. It's the first place and the first people I felt comfortable coming out to. My time in AmeriCorps was full of amazing and wonderful people. For me, it's my City Year friends who I make a point to call when I'm passing through their city or with whom I attend reunions as often as possible, usually around a service opportunity. My circle of AmeriCorps friends is diverse in every way that you can imagine. We are strong and we show up for each other. In the early weeks and months of the COVID-19 shutdown, our alumni service weekend group gathered for Zoom happy hours, and then we started gathering virtually during the day too. These meetings were utilizing some of our hobbies and skills to engage each other during an otherwise isolating time. So one of my friends taught us sign language, another taught yoga. I did history lessons. I know, you're all thinking I'm the cool one of the group. We did these because some of my friends had school-age children at home, and this was a help to them, but it was also an outlet and support and unifying experience for all of us. I know firsthand that AmeriCorps is an amazing way to propel young people into a successful future in any number of educational experiences, careers, and pathways. After my time as an AmeriCorps member, I worked for City Year Washington, D.C. for several years, and in that time decided I wanted to be a teacher. My challenge was I did not have a teaching degree, but I applied for and was granted a provisional license in Virginia, in large part because of my work experience in City Year. I set out to find a teaching position in Title I schools serving minority and low-income populations and was overjoyed to be hired as a kindergarten teacher at Herndon Elementary School. I loved my 5 years there before moving on to middle school history. And believe it or not, teaching kindergarten and 7th grade is remarkable similarities. Tie your shoes, blow your nose, please stop touching each other. I recall a conversation I had with my principal at Herndon just a couple years into my time there. Some colleagues and I had just come back from running our summer bookmobile, an effort to get free books and meals to families during the summer months. And we got on the topic of AmeriCorps because she commented on how I had engaged a bunch of students in games earlier that day. My response was, well, thanks to City Year, entertaining students and group games are like second nature to me. And she said that I was the first teacher in her 20+ years of teaching of being an administrator at Title I schools that she had hired who was on a provisional license. She said that as soon as she saw AmeriCorps on my resume, she knew that I was going to be a fit at Herndon. So teaching is a job that I acquired and I excelled at because of the skills and experiences I gained as an AmeriCorps member. I'm often asked what drew me to the Clinton School for Public Service. Well, I heard about this amazing program when it first started in 2006, and I was in AmeriCorps. At that time, and over the next 15 years, I thought about applying several times, and I almost did. But I always came back to just not quite being ready to leave the service I was doing. But finally, with the pandemic and me deciding to take a break from teaching, the Clinton School came up again. This time, I had a conversation with my wife, and even though I said it's in Arkansas, she said, let's go. And so here we are. My time at the Clinton School has been everything I'd hoped for and more. In addition to the amazing people and the enriching academic experiences I've had, I've also had the opportunity to engage directly in service through our Practicum International Public Service Project and Capstone. Last year, my team worked with the city of Little Rock to evaluate the community needs and wants of their public spaces. Over the summer, I lived in Manila, Philippines, working with a humanitarian NGO supporting internally displaced persons from violent conflict and environmental disasters. And this year, I'm serving as a strategy and policy fellow with the Little Rock School District, building community partnerships and creating a best practice manual for working with LGBTQ+ students. There is a direct line from my AmeriCorps experience to me being here at the Clinton School today. My hopes for the next 30 years of AmeriCorps are that we see more young people stepping up to serve their and other communities, that we see more communities, more organizations, and people positively impacted by the work of AmeriCorps, that more young people who serve in AmeriCorps have the same positive, life-changing experiences that I did, that they come out of their service realizing that they've gained immensely valuable and tangible skills, they've created impactful memories, and they've forged lifelong friendships that will continue to serve them. And that they use their AmeriCorps experience and skills to empower and change people, communities, the world, and a few starfish. Thank you to President Clinton and everyone who has laid the groundwork and will continue to work on AmeriCorps, which I know contributes to the well-being of our nation. Thank you.
Please turn your attention to the screen for a message from Utah Governor Spencer Cox.
I know that at times it can feel like we are more divided than ever as Americans. As governor of Utah, the #1 state for volunteering, I know firsthand the power of service and volunteering. Service brings people together across differences to see each other's humanity, to help our neighbors, and to tackle our community's most pressing needs. And over the past 30 years, AmeriCorps has facilitated volunteering with more than 1.25 million AmeriCorps members and millions more AmeriCorps senior volunteers. AmeriCorps has proven that there is no problem that cannot be solved when Americans unite. During that time, more than 22,000 Utahns have served with AmeriCorps, and tens of thousands more have served in AmeriCorps seniors. These members and volunteers are essential to our nation's economic and social well-being. They are the lifeblood of our schools and shelters, hospitals and hotlines, and civic, nonprofit, and faith-based organizations all across the country. I've seen people of different perspectives come together, united in purpose, with a shared mission to improve our communities. AmeriCorps is a shining example of how a modest government investment can deliver a powerful return for those who serve, for those whose lives are made better through the service of their neighbors, and for our democracy.
Please welcome Ry Barcott, U.S. Marine Corps veteran and CEO of With Honor.
All right. Hey, everybody. How are you this morning? Great. I'm Ry Barcott, and I'm the founder and CEO of With Honor. With Honor fights polarization in Congress by supporting principled veterans, and clearly we are doing a hell of a job. But we are trying, and it's an interesting thing. In Congress, about 70% of Congress used to have military service in particular. This was before AmeriCorps was even founded and we had a concept of civilian service. Now less than 20% of members of Congress have served in the military, and less than 25% have served in either the military or some form of national service. And with that, I'm including nurses and teachers and folks that have served in AmeriCorps. We actually work with 1 of 30. We support 30 veterans across both party lines in the U.S. House, and then there's 6 bipartisan veterans in the Senate. There is 1 veteran who also is a Teach for America alumni. I believe she's the only one that has that dual service. Her name is Chrissy Houlihan, and she was the founding vice chair of a bipartisan caucus called the Four Country Caucus, 4 as in F-O-R, Country Caucus, that now has 30 members in the House and has worked very closely with Voices for National Service and my very good friend now, Ann Mora, who will take a text or a call at any hour of the day or night. At least we sometimes do that, and have really is a really important advocate for this space to advance more service in the country. I'm going to say another word about that in a moment, but I just want to share a bit of a personal comment about service. My own path to service started in the military. I took an ROTC scholarship to UNC Chapel Hill, and I knew that I wanted to do make a difference in the world, and I assumed that would be the path that I would do that on. It was before September 11th, and most of the missions that the military was engaged in were of a peacekeeping nature. And so I decided to study Swahili at UNC Chapel Hill and took a summer fellowship, a paid fellowship that enabled me to go to the informal settlements in Nairobi and get to know other kids that were my age, about 20 at the time. And what I saw was this amazing sort of truism in life, which I've seen commented on many times at the Clinton Library, which is that talent is universal, but opportunity is not. It's really a profound concept, and you can understand it as soon as you get out of your comfort zone and put yourself into somebody else's shoes, as we heard from the opening panel. So at any rate, that was my path to service. It was a dual form of service. I co-founded an NGO in Kibera, in the informal settlement in Nairobi. That organization now is 23 years old. I'm on the board. I co-founded it with 2 Kenyans, a nurse and a community organizer in the informal settlements. And it does really good work to help inspire a next generation of leaders in the community and provide innovative public health to that community and knowledge that can benefit others. And so at any rate, that was my own path to service, and I think it's really important what we do at a young age. I'm in politics now, and there's this amazing statistic that if you vote between the age of 18 to 24 or so, you're something like 2 or 3 times more likely to be an active voter throughout the rest of your lives. If you serve during that period of time, you are more likely to be an engaged citizen. We know that. Many of you in this audience are experiencing it right now to this day. I just came back from Washington, D.C., where I was with my mentor and co-founder with Honor. He's a great champion for this cause. His name is David Gergen. Many of you know him. He's worked, of course, very closely with Alan Casey and so many others in this room. And about 4 weeks ago, a number of us who are mentees of David's decided that we were going to take out our tin cup and raise some money for a fellowship in his honor. And I was so pleased to be with Governor Wes Moore last night, or 2 nights ago, when he announced that he will be hosting the first David Gergen Summer Fellow in his office this summer. And this is a fellowship specifically for students who are between their 1st and 2nd years at the Kennedy School, master's program, to go in and serve with top-notch leaders in government. We so need this. We need this at so many different levels. I mean, isn't it a stunning thing that less than 2% of Americans, young Americans, now serve? Less than 2. Less than 1 in the military and less than 2 otherwise. So we're trying to do something about that. With Honor, we're really focused on just supporting good ideas. And from the very beginning of this organization 5 years ago, the veterans in the caucus, Republicans and Democrats, 19 at the time, now 30, almost all of them veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan, came together and said, listen, we want to advance more voluntary national service. We need more civic education as well in the country. And we're looking at practical ways of getting stuff done. And so a couple years ago, I'm so glad that Senator Chris Coons is on the agenda. Wow, what a national treasure. Senator Coons and Senator Roger Wicker, who's an Air Force veteran and is part of our bipartisan allies of vets in the Senate, came together with a bill called the CORE Act. Many of you are aware of it. The CORE Act, bills sort of change in name and all, but working thanks to Voices for National Service and others, and I think we had a little role in it, helped get an initial expansion of AmeriCorps that, of course, is under threat now. It's at jeopardy. I mean, and in a big way. This is a real moment. And the news cycle's insane. I know it's insane, but we have to break through it. And you have to just keep pushing and making your voices heard. This is a moment right now, today, where we can do that. If you're on social media, et cetera, just push it out because people are not aware of it. And obviously the world's facing multiple crises right now, so it's difficult to break through that noise. But we're gonna keep pushing on it, and we're gonna try and break through the noise and continue to look at not only incremental additions to service opportunities, but really significant structural changes to get to the question that President Clinton asked, which is, what can the next 30 years look like? Yes, we need to just keep moving, and we will. Persistence is important in anything, whether you're building an organization, a business, whether you're serving in communities, as many of you do, that have seen extreme cycles of violence and poverty, which are difficult to break through. I love this line from Domingo Morales. Where is Domingo here? Yeah, so Domingo, you, by the way, the Army has changed their tattoo policies. So you might get an exemption. But I'm sort of glad they didn't at the time, right? Because your AmeriCorps service put you on a different trajectory. And one of the things that you said is, I want to make it a tradition, service a tradition in my family. And I hope that will be the case in mine as well. My father served in Vietnam. He passed away a couple years ago, but I saw from his example of service, my mother is a nurse and taught nursing for over 49 years. My daughter is here, Charlotte. She's 13. Good to have you here. She's missing school, but we have an exemption for the day. This is a learning opportunity, but I hope that you'll serve, in some capacity. It doesn't matter what that is, and of course you already are giving back. We helped welcome some Afghan refugees to our community over the last 2 years after that withdrawal. So at any rate, I should come to a close because I'm at 5 minutes, but I want to just close by quoting Governor Wes Moore, who has been a friend for a long time. He was one of the first members of our advisory board. He was the first ever gubernatorial candidate that With Honor's political arms endorsed and got behind. And he said, and I know his chief of staff, I think, is here speaking later today, he said, "Service will save us. Service will save us." I love that line. I think we do need salvation. It's not an overstep right now. We need salvation. President Clinton referred to it as, this can help knit this country back together. It's that and it's more, and you guys are a part of it, and we're delighted to be a small part of it as well. Thank you.
We have concluded our morning sessions. Please enjoy the buffet lunch located outside of the Great Hall through the door on your left. We encourage you to use this time to network and fellowship. The program will resume at 12:30 p.m. Please take your seats. The afternoon sessions are about to begin. Please take your seats. The afternoon sessions are about to begin. Please welcome to the stage Cynthia Leitz.
Everyone, did y'all have a good lunch? That was great. Great lunch, great conversation. It's really an honor to be here today. So like AmeriCorps, my story of service started just a little over 30 years ago. I remember fondly listening to stories about my grandmother's favorite cousin who committed her life to international service. Then in high school, we were required to take a course on civic engagement that had a 30-hour service requirement. While many of my friends moaned and complained about the content and the additional work, they thought I was a complete nerd because this was my absolute favorite class. So something was already stirring in me. As I prepared for college, I knew I wanted to make a difference, so I studied psychology and social work and planned to join the Peace Corps upon graduation. Well, as it is with many of our young dreams, there were some interruptions along the way. With less intention than my plans to serve, I accidentally fell in love and was engaged by the end of college. My partner did not want to wait for me to participate in the Peace Corps to start our life together, and AmeriCorps was not an option back 32 years ago. So instead, he supported me as I pursued a master's degree in social work so that I could serve, but in a different capacity. Although my pathway to service was altered a bit, we do celebrate our 32nd anniversary next month, so I guess it turned out okay. For the next 10 years, it was truly a privilege to work with families involved in the public child welfare systems, first in Illinois and later in Arizona. These families invited me to be a part of their lives during a particularly difficult time, and it was the most meaningful work of my life. I hope that I made a difference for these families, but what I can say without a doubt is that they made a difference for me. Because of this service, I developed critical thinking skills that allowed me to think bigger about solutions to complex social problems. I was exposed to diverse communities and varied constellations of family systems, helping me to become more inclusive. I saw systemic racism and oppression firsthand and became compelled to advocate for structural change. I learned to lead by listening first and developed an enhanced capacity for empathy. And I found a way to heal from my own childhood trauma as I was able to find meaning in the ways these experiences helped sensitize me to the needs and the capacity for resilience of others. Service means putting the needs of another above our own. And yet, while we do this for others, we end up fundamentally transformed. In fact, because of how we are impacted, national service may just be the antidote to the divisive politics we are experiencing today. After 10 years of working directly with children, youth, and families, I left practice to move into higher education so that I could help prepare the next generation of servant leaders. 20 years later, it is my distinct pleasure to now lead a college with over 7,000 students studying undergraduate or graduate degrees, preparing them for a variety of disciplines across public service. At Arizona State University's Watts College of Public Service and Community Solutions, we tell our students that they do not have to wait to graduate to make a difference. In fact, all of our undergraduate students are required to have at least one hands-on service learning experience before they graduate. Through internships or other opportunities, our students contribute over 600,000 hours of service each year. And in addition to our academic programs, we also, I'm very proud to say, to this particular group, host 7 AmeriCorps programs in our college. Our Public Allies program has increased capacity for nonprofit organizations in Phoenix and Tucson through the work of over 600 members who have contributed 1 million hours of service since its inception. We also have 3 AmeriCorps programs focused on preventing gender-based violence. These programs collectively have placed almost 800 members in local domestic violence agencies across Arizona who have provided close to 700,000 hours of service. And then the Legacy Corps for veterans and military families works with 16 nonprofit agencies across 10 states to support veterans and their families, through which over 5,000 AmeriCorps members have provided over 2 million hours of direct service to veterans and their families. Thank you to Robert Ashcraft, Jill Messing, and David Swindell for their leadership of these meaningful programs. Considering the positive influence of service on the community and of service on its members, these programs represent real impact. As we celebrate 30 years of national service and look forward to the future, I do believe that building strong collaborations with colleges and universities is an important pathway for increasing the capacity for national service. Had this opportunity been available to me 32 years ago, AmeriCorps most definitely would have been a part of my story of service. President Clinton, thank you for your commitment to national service and for the incredible impact of the past 30 years. We are here to help you sustain and grow this important work for the next 30 years as national service remains an essential ingredient to building a stronger democracy. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage moderator Dr. Victoria DeFrancesco Soto, Mark Guerin, Secretary John King, and Flor Romero for our next conversation.
Good afternoon. I have the distinct honor and privilege as serving as the Dean of the Clinton School of Public Service. So the red building literally right over here. And I have been looking forward to this conversation for a long time because the title is so aptly named, right? Not a gap year, but a leap year. And earlier this morning, we heard about that ability of AmeriCorps to be a springboard. Because I think my frustration with higher ed is that sometimes we see public service as an addition. It's something you do in an internship. It's something you do during a spring break trip. It's something you do, but it's not part of your educational journey. And that's something that this biased sample right here doesn't agree with. This is something that President Clinton, when he left office and was founding his presidential school, said, no, public service is going to be a core part of our curriculum and our pedagogy. So I have with us today people who get it and people who are leading the way in changing higher ed, because as we'll get into a little bit later, there's some problems with higher ed. And I think a lot of those problems can be solved with coming back to the core of what public service is. So a lot to get to. But I wanted to start with you, Secretary King. You wear many hats. You've worn many hats when it comes to education. And so I think in drawing on that broad landscape, helping us understand the synergy, the symbiotic relationship between education and higher ed. So you've been in both as Secretary of Education, but also what does that intersection look like?
Well, first, it's wonderful to be here with all of you to celebrate this moment. I would say, I've always been a champion of national service because I get that one person can be the difference in someone else's life, and I know that from my own journey. Michael talked about his experience with Boys and Girls Club this morning. I grew up in New York City, in Brooklyn. Both my parents passed away when I was a kid. My mom when I was 8, my dad when I was 12. In the period when it was just my dad and me, my dad was struggling with Alzheimer's. Home was incredibly difficult and scary and unstable. And the thing that saved me was a teacher. Alan Osterweil, my teacher in 4th, 5th, 6th grade, I'm still in touch with him. He saved my life. I wouldn't be sitting here if not for him. And so to me, national service at one level is about making sure that for every kid who needs that one person that will be the difference in their lives, we can deliver on that. But the connection to higher education is that if we're serious about higher education's mission of preparing students to participate in civic life, then we have to be serious about students having service experiences. And that can be before they come to college. We want students who've come from AmeriCorps at the State University of New York because we know they're going to be engaged, they're going to have been exposed to diversity, they're going to have leadership experiences. It could be service during the college experience. We just announced the creation of a FAFSA completion corps at SUNY, an AmeriCorps program where our students will help prospective students complete the free application for federal student aid, which unlocks money for college. Last year, New York students left $200 million on the table that they could have gotten if they'd completed the FAFSA. So now we're going to have students at 6 of our campuses helping students complete the FAFSA. That's amazing. Or it could be that students are going on from the college experience directly into service roles. When I was in K-12 work, I was struck by the impact that Teach for America has had all across the country, preparing teachers and principals and superintendents, right? So there's a tremendous synergy here, and I'm just thrilled to be able to celebrate that today.
And I appreciate, Secretary, that you highlighted the various stages at which public service AmeriCorps can touch our students. So I know, Flor, for you, your experience came while you were at college. I know you're a proud Bruin, a proud UCLA Bruin. But actually, before I get to you, I want to congratulate you. I know that you were recently appointed to the board of AmeriCorps, so congratulations on that. But talk to us about that experience. So yours was already in college throughout the 4 years of college. What brought you to that experience? And tell us a little bit about that lived experience throughout those 4 years.
Yeah, well, thank you again for having me as well here. It's an honor to be here, honestly. But yeah, I was lucky enough to have AmeriCorps on my college campus at UCLA. I had not heard of AmeriCorps. I had not heard of Jumpstart, which was the program there. I had heard of financial aid. So I was very anxious. I remember I was looking for the financial aid office at the UCLA campus. And as a first-generation student, I didn't have a family of wealth who could pay for my education. So here I was about to face, big conversation about how are you going to pay for the next 4 years. Of course, I had no idea. I'm going to work. I'm going to work hard, and I'm going to work and do what I can to pay for my education. And it was on my way to the financial aid office, which is in this ugly little basement at the bottom of the campus. Nobody goes there. And on my way there, I came across this bright, colorful, just the opposite room of what the financial aid office looked like. And I remember going in there and saying, what is this place? They had brochures that had pictures of people who looked like me working in the community. There was children's literature everywhere, and there was arts and crafts all over the place. And I was like, this is it. I don't want to go over there. I want to go here. And that was the Jumpstart office. So I was able to go in, ask if they were still hiring. And they were like, we want you to, join us. Please, do you have any experience? And I was like, not really. I volunteered a lot in my community. They're like, perfect. That's perfect. That's what we're looking. And I was like, oh, I don't need a fancy resume or anything. The kids who go to UCLA, they're doing fellowships, all kinds of stuff from age 7. I was like, I've been working in the library for years. And they were like, that's actually exactly what we're looking for. Please join us. And so I was lucky enough to choose, to serve with Jumpstart for all 4 years. And it was my work-study job while I was there. So it could have been easier to just work in the student store. I always thought about it. I was like, I could choose that, but that's also kind of lame. I want something when I'm working with people. I want to be excited when I go to work. I'm excited to, work with kids in the classroom. I'm excited to work with teachers in a capacity I had never thought of. So that was my experience in finding the Jumpstart office, and I chose that again and again for my next 4 years there.
That's awesome.
And again, right, you could have gotten a job catering. I worked university catering. I ate a lot of deli meats throughout college, but that's a different story. But this opportunity to learn in your classroom, but then you're learning outside of the classroom and you're doing something fulfilling. And I think that this is the triple threat that an AmeriCorps experience brings. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you, and you have a number of hats, right? So you were Peace Corps director. You are now, again, a university president. Shameless plug, Mark is also the chair of the Clinton School Dean's Advisory Board. But because of, you bring a different educational and service lens from a couple of different chapters. And so if you can talk to us about how when you're connecting with stakeholders outside of the educational realm, maybe it's with your board, maybe it's with folks in the community, and you're trying to connect the dots of why. Why does it make sense to think of Peace Corps and AmeriCorps and your undergrad or your graduate experience all together?
Well, thank you, Dean, very much. And like this panel, and I think I won the lottery to be on this panel, to be on with the chancellor in New York. I call him the chancellor. Nationally, he's the secretary. But I've seen his leadership in New York. And Flora, good luck with the board. Kathy, they're lucky to have her. You have a great board member. And certainly Dean Soto, who I get to work with at the Clinton School. For me, coming into this, and I am truly honored to be here from my lens of service, from Peace Corps to being on the board and as a college president, but also going back 30 years, because I was on the White House staff with Stephanie Street. And I remember the night before the event, called by the chief of staff, because there had been a plane that hit the White House. We had to move the event from one lawn to the other lawn. But coming back here, and the privilege of hearing from the earlier presentations and the bold vision of Michael, that was just awesome to kick us off. I am struck by the moment for higher education and for service, because we have here 30 years in, I think, a demonstrable proof of concept. This is not 1993 anymore. We have studies showing the return on investment. We have storytelling and narratives that buttresses the facts and the record of this brilliant design. So this is called a summit. And I think it's, to me, my morning experience was a real charge because of, I think, what Rai put us on, the kind of the existential threat as well, that we need as service warriors to take very seriously. For me, as a college president, I've seen it in the storytelling, like Flora elucidates and others, from our faculty and staff, from the lived experience of our students, now alums. But I think as a movement, because all these pieces knit together, the Washington Monthly, Paul Gostris is here, has done a brilliant job on making service a ranked item for colleges and universities. And it'll be no coincidence that tomorrow when I return to campus for homecoming weekend, I'll brag on our service ranking. Thank you, Paul, for that. But all these pieces knit together. So I think our ability to be armed with the facts, and they are there, we can absolutely make the case. What we need to also champion is bringing this to scale. To me, that's the only thing that is really, with philanthropy, with the for-profit sector, and with all of us engaged in higher education. So I worry less about our ability to articulate the proof of it, but to be ensured that we're restless for bringing this to scale, because it's too big of an idea, too important of an idea, too successful of an idea, just to come to Little Walk and celebrate 30 years. So.
I'm hearing two things very loud and clear from you, Mark. Scale and pipeline. And in the panel before lunch, we talked about pipeline, and I was very much struck by Alice Kwan, because we tend to think that the private sector is just something on the outside, that those of us that service warriors, I'm going to steal that term, that we do, that's something different. But I think it's that pipeline building to the ones who aren't the usual suspects. So I think in terms of us looking to the next 30 years is challenging ourselves to build those pipelines, and I'm the first there, I'm working with you on this, and the scaling of it.
Right.
Now, I want to pivot to an issue that consumes all of us in this nation because it is a national problem, but especially students, which is that of student debt. It's staggering. And it is something that I think really hinders us as a nation, hinders us as students. Still folks who are in their 50s trying to pay off student loans. So Flora, I know you touched on this earlier, but if you could talk to us a little bit about the concrete implications that having the help of AmeriCorps had on you coming out, and in terms of them being able to pursue other pursuits.
Yeah, I think that is, and it still very much is a problem. As I mentioned, being at that kind of institution, you have a variety of jobs like catering, like everything, working at the student store. But knowing that I could have a job that gave me fulfillment and gave me a sense of direction and purpose, knowing that I was somehow contributing to our country, honestly, and not just my community, that was something that stuck out to me. On top of the fact that I was going to get paid probably just as much as someone who was in catering or working at the student store. So that really helped me. And honestly, a bonus was when they told me, and you get a Siegel Education Award at the end. I was like, and something? Oh, like I'm already doing so much and I get something at the end. And something about me is I have a very bad memory. So it was a surprise almost every year when I was like, oh, and do you want to use this right now or do you want to use it later? Of course, I was like, later, I'm okay right now. I'm struggling, but I'm okay. I had, on top of AmeriCorps, I had 2 other jobs, sometimes 3 other jobs just to put myself through college. But I never talk about the other jobs. I was always talking about AmeriCorps. But that was something that I looked forward to at the end of the year because, one, I forgot about it. So it was like a nice little surprise. And then at the end, it just kind of sat there. So when I did graduate, and I decided that I wanted to pursue a graduate career, I got an email like, remember, you have this. And I was like, oh my gosh, I totally forgot about this again. Like, this is amazing. So it was just a very nice bonus to everything that we already gain as people who are doing this kind of service to help me, put myself through graduate school. And it was a totally different walking into the campus than when I did as a freshman going into UCLA. Then I felt like I had nothing. I didn't have any kind of experience. I didn't know where to go. Definitely didn't want to go into the financial aid office. Now going into my graduate career, I had a lot of skills under my belt. I had way more confidence. I had everything that everyone here has talked about, all the skills we get, and I had the Siegel Award, which was going to help me.
I want to drill into the Siegel Award because it is such a tremendous resource. And in your case, it was this very pleasant surprise year after year. But Mark and Chancellor King, I'm going to switch between Chancellor and Secretary. How do we connect the dots for our students? Because at least my impression is that students don't know about this resource that they have available. So what can we do in our institutions, at the college level, at the system level, to connect the dots and use this as the carrot to then pull into the service sector?
Well, I think there's 2 parts of it. I think there's pre-college, that has import and resonance for students as they're looking at college, but also for afterwards. We had 3 graduates from Hobart and William Smith who are AmeriCorps members in Geneva, the city where the college is located on, engage with the high schools. So there's a duality of ways that this can be. But I think some of the storytelling, and my gosh, you're a graduate, Mayor Rainey gave great testimonial to the importance of it. I think it's, from our point of view in higher education, sort of eternal vigilance for the communications piece, because you rightly beam into a defining issue of higher education cost. What can we be doing? What could we be doing collectively with higher education groups in a more affirmative way and getting that message out? Look at this new FAFSA. I love what you're doing with the forms, with the core that you've created. But I think it's messaging in a clear way the compelling evidence of individuals.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Look, I think I would challenge all of us when we leave here to make a different choice than we've made before. You know, AmeriCorps is going to organize us over the coming weeks to push back against absurd proposed cuts to AmeriCorps. And we'll spend a lot of energy saying, protect this program and making the case for why it's good. Maybe we should shift our strategy and say, it's so good, we need to grow it 10x. I don't want to talk to you about cuts. I want to talk to you about why we need to grow it 10x. And I'll tell you, for us at SUNY, we're going to have students in this FAFSA completion cohort. We could have thousands. We have 360,000 students across our 64 campuses. We could have tens of thousands of students who would gladly do exactly what Flor did, who would say, if I could have the chance to tutor, if I could have the chance to work on climate issues and help me pay for college, sign me up. Our tuition at SUNY is just over $7,000, right? The Siegel Award can make college very accessible for students. And so we should be pushing in that direction. And we should be saying to folks, our biggest national problems can be solved by mobilizing young people. Folks mentioned earlier the Biden administration's National Partnership for Student Success. We know how bad COVID was for our K-12 students. We know how many students are significantly behind because of the disruption to schools. And we know tutoring works to help students make up tremendous ground. We have 11 of our SUNY campuses that are part of that National Partnership for Student Success because our students want to help solve that problem. They want to help young people succeed. So I think in the coming weeks, collectively, we've got to say, we're not just celebrating how great the last 30 were, we want the next 30 to be about getting a lot closer to that initial vision of 500,000 students, right? And that's right, that's right.
And could I just double click to that, to Colonel Lang's point, because it's knit very much into this messaging point, and a recommendation of a commission on national public and community service that Alan Casey and I served on, and that is this notion of joint recruiting. If there was this new Times Square joint recruiting center for the military, for Peace Corps, for AmeriCorps, think of the shared information that could be exposed to all students. If the selective service, which is still a requirement in the United States, had a really sophisticated portal where all the various streams of service could be accessed for the military, for AmeriCorps, for Peace Corps, that blending, I do think, is part of the next 30 years. How do we broadly think about it? If the White House had an office of service that put a focus on this in joining the ethos of service, all of those things could, in many ways, get some of the messaging out on loans, but also the opportunities, myriad of opportunities there are for service.
That's that scale piece.
Scale, yeah.
How do we scale? I also want to shine the light on what educational institutions can do. So from where I sit, when I came in close to 2 years ago, I realized the power of the Siegel grants. I realized what a springboard they were for our students, for our alumni, those of you who are here today. I am so proud of the work of our AmeriCorps alum, of our Clinton School alum. So how can I put my money where my mouth is? And so myself, together with a number of institutions across the country, we not just match the Siegel Award. So yeah, great, it's money, it's that pleasant surprise, but I will match you. But wait, maybe I'll double match you. And I'm very proud to say that through substantial help, through the Clinton Foundation, through development work, we're in some cases able to triple match. And that should be the norm, right? Because we're making an investment in folks who have already proven their commitment to service. And so I think I want to talk about how we as higher ed institutions can be creative about incentivizing. Like, yes, we want to get the budget increased. We don't just want to fight for it to be recovered, but grow it. But I'm going to put you on the spot, Chancellor, because I know that you're doing some pretty cool things. And I'm going to ask you to share some of those pretty cool things that your campuses, 64 campuses? 60, I think the largest system in the nation, to push the envelope in this respect. So if you could use this forum to share with us.
Yeah, make a little news. So earlier this week, our Board of Trustees voted to waive application fees for all AmeriCorps alums across all of our institutions. And so every AmeriCorps alum will be able to apply for free to 7 of our campuses, so we're very excited about that. And the other piece of exciting news is that 15 of our campuses have committed to become schools of national service. And so they will recognize AmeriCorps service in a number of ways. Some will provide scholarships towards supporting that match. Some will provide an admissions preference for students who have participated in AmeriCorps. Some will provide credit for AmeriCorps experience through prior learning assessment. So the faculty will evaluate what students have done through their AmeriCorps experience and award credit for it. And some will provide a guarantee for the leap year. So saying to students, you're admitted now, but if you want to go take a year of service, that spot will be here for you when you complete your year of service.
So, this is where we should be going. And I want to center on the credit piece. I'm going to get boring academic-y on you. But if you can take 3 credits, 6 credits, 9 credits, and apply those toward X requirement. At the Clinton School, a third of our curriculum is based on field service, that you're working out in the community, both here domestically and also internationally. And the first part about that is the experience. I mean, talk about an education. But the second piece comes down to dollars and cents, because it costs X amount, depending on the institution, for a 3-credit class. So you're killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? So you're not paying an additional amount for the credits. It's already baked in, and you are learning by doing. And I think that what's so core to me about the Clinton School is that we're very proud about preparing thinkers and doers. So if it were up to me, all colleges and universities would do this, but we'll work on that. I want to pivot and stay with you, Chancellor, on landmark decision that came down this summer on affirmative action. And this has really changed the landscape of higher ed as we have known it for the last half century. So I know that through the AmeriCorps lens, through the service lens, you are working to assuage the harm that came about to our institutions through that ruling. So if you could talk to us about this. I think this is also a model nationally.
Yeah, look, I think a huge threat to the country is a Supreme Court decision that took away the tool of race-conscious admissions. It matters to the health of the country to have diversity in our leadership, whether it's leadership in politics or in business or in the nonprofit sector. And the only way we get there is to make sure that our higher ed institutions are diverse. And many in the higher ed sector are petrified. I mean, if you look at the data from the states that have banned the use of race-conscious admissions, their numbers of students of color dropped significantly, particularly African-American students. And so the question for us was, how can we at the State University of New York ensure that we are vindicating our values in spite of the Supreme Court decision? How can we, within the law, ensure that we are advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion? And so we adopted a system-wide policy around admissions to say, we want our campuses to look at whether or not a student is low income, whether or not they're first in their family to graduate from college, whether or not they are a veteran, whether or not they've overcome adversity in their school or community, or whether they are an AmeriCorps alum, because all of those are race-neutral mechanisms to make sure that we have a diverse student population. And so when our colleges look at students who are applying from City Year, for example, they should say, oh, well, this is a student who's both likely, more likely, to have had experience with diversity through their service. So they're going to come and bring those values to our campus. And it is a way for us to make sure that we're reaching out to students who might not otherwise have that pathway to college. So we're very committed that we are not going to slide backwards. There are folks who want us all to slide backwards, but we are not going back. We're committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and part of how we'll get there is through our partnership with AmeriCorps.
I appreciate that. No, and that's the type of thinking that higher ed needs now. Public opinion is not too hot on higher ed, and it's because of that sliding back. So I think it's incumbent upon us here to push it forward. And on that note, Floor, how do we connect? We have so much goodness. We have so much goodness in terms of our public service programs, so much goodness in terms of our campus entities, but our students, our young people getting it? Are they getting the message? To go forward 30 years, let's be critical. What do we need to do to better connect with that next generation of AmeriCorps leaders?
Yeah, I think, years ago I decided to become a psychology student, and then I just kind of never stopped learning on the topic. And so I read a lot of books about social psychology with young people and, neuropsychology. And it's interesting to me that one of the main foundations at the end of almost every one of these books is this core concept that I think AmeriCorps actually embodies. And it's the fact that we as human beings are good. Inherently, we're good and we want to help people. We're naturally altruistic, we're good. Something like hate is a learned behavior and it's a learned sentiment. So I think the good is already there, especially with young people. I think we naturally want to help our communities. We see these issues and there's no one better to fix it than you. If you're in your community and you're seeing something over and over, there's no better expert, there's no one that's gonna come in and say, I'm gonna fix all your problems, or there might be people who do that, but they're not the right people for the job, right? It's you, and I feel like young people know that already, and we have this momentum that has been building up for a long time, and especially looking at the past couple years that we've experienced as a nation, I feel like those sentiments and behaviors of hate, it's more fuel, honestly, to do better and to do good. And I feel like I see that with young people all the time. So I think that is there. I think it's a matter of getting the word out, like everyone here has said today, of maybe not putting the Jumpstart office at the basement of the campus, right? Okay. To be here with my fellow panelists is so amazing to me. I was telling them, I actually never met my chancellor or my president. Like, it's something that you're so far removed from, but the idea of mobilizing as a higher education institution, it's also the same thing for young people. I should have gone to the chancellor's office and been like, why is this at the bottom? If AmeriCorps is on a campus, it's an asset. You shouldn't be hiding it. It should be at the very front of everything that you're doing, So I think, like I said, the good is already there. People want to help. And the second point of all these social psychology books is that there comes a point in everyone's either career or age where people eventually will look back and think, what have I done to contribute to this society? It doesn't matter if you're in consulting or if you're in public service. There's always this point where people will turn around, usually reflective, maybe at the end of their lives, who knows? And they turn around, they say, what have I done to contribute to the common good? And that is something that is fueling many young people already. I mean, to be here with Domingo, I don't know if he's still here, but like that is a prime example of, I never thought I could do this, but here I am, and I'm gonna do it even better now. We have that as a society, and we have that in our youth. So it's recognizing for everyone who's on the other side of, we already have this, how can we do it better? How can we lift them up even more? And I think the programs that AmeriCorps has to have, it's definitely a launch pad. It's a stepping stone. I know it was for me of, I did this. What can I do now? Like, what can I do with everything here? So I think, to answer your question plainly, it's already there. It's just a matter of supporting our youth to get there and helping them. When we have questions of, the policy in place, I mean, we have amazing people in the world who don't have a PhD. They didn't go to college. We need to start rethinking of the way that we see leaders, because there are loud people who talk a lot. They're not leaders. And we have very quiet people who are the strongest leaders in the room. So we need to start rethinking of what that looks like with young people and start to, fit the frame to help them get there.
So, I could not agree more about the loudest voices in the room. Yes. The pipeline piece that Mark brought up earlier, I think the step before it is harnessing the frustration and the inner goodness of all of us. And we have been through very rough moments in our society over the last couple of years. So using that to good, harnessing that. And on that point, Mark, I want to reflect on something President Clinton opened with, and this is something that is part and parcel to his vision of the world, the bridging mentality. He said, you know what? Our differences should be assets, not liabilities. That's where we're going, but in an era of fake news, in an era of extreme polarization, I mean, just what we saw in the last couple of weeks in the House of Representatives, I feel that our civil discourse muscle has grown weak. How do we turn to AmeriCorps and connect those dots between building up that muscle and bridging and meeting President Clinton's ideal?
No, I had the same reaction listening to the president this morning, because that was the genius that he had in establishing it. And while it was important in 1993, I think we'd all agree, in 2023 America, all the incumbent pieces of both higher education and then service could not be more important than ever for our democracy, given the challenges of polarization, communications, information flow. So the service experience before college, after college, Peace Corps volunteers, military service informs communities in such different ways, because they have been a part of a journey across difference in the myriad of spectrum of indices of difference that you might want to harbor, but in common pursuit of a public good. And that prepares them. It prepares them for the classroom. It prepares them for professional choices. It prepares them for graduate study and the world of work. And somehow the skill building piece of this service that I hear in Michael's narration of what they're thinking about and the range of different policy areas, that the good work of AmeriCorps members, but also at this moment and at this time in our nation's history. I think many Americans see and witness the polarization, Vicki, that you mentioned. And what is the solve? What can be done? I think for many of us, the experience drawn from the military over many decades, certainly the Peace Corps, and now AmeriCorps, we have, again, a proof of concept. And to me, given the democracy challenges that we have, a fix of this is expansion of service. That's a message we have to carry. I think we have responsibilities in higher education, but everyone, from one's ability to explain and narrate their exposure to it, because we're searching for something in our country. This is this moment. And I think given the challenges of the budget, there's a great piece that I would commend to you in time.com that Amora wrote with Rai that's really taught me a lot and showed me a lot about the current challenge in Congress. I think that should be our motivation, leaving Little Rock, certainly, but also this longer term and longer gestation of the atrophy of some of our democratic skills, this discourse challenge that you have. But again, to me, it centrals back to the possibilities of service.
And the fact that we have a trained force of good that knows how to engage in civil discourse, is engaging with diverse populations. I mean, we have people who are ready to bridge. We're starting to come to the end of the session, and I'm going to copy the CGI model. And I haven't told you this, so you're going to have to think about it on the spot. But I was thinking about this. What am I going to do to ensure the strength and success of AmeriCorps for the next 30 years? What is my commitment to action? And I'll start to give you guys a couple seconds lead time to think about this. But I mentioned earlier that we are very proud that we started doing double and triple matches of the Siegel Award. I want to be able to expand that. So I think that when I am talking to folks who are interested in investing in impact, is talking about AmeriCorps and using that as a hook of saying, like, this is what you can do to support. We have our graduate students who are taking that leadership to the next level. So I think from my vantage point as the dean, this is what I am going to go out and pound the pavement doing. The second commitment is I'm going to be working really hard with, I have Jennifer Cobb here. We've already started conversations about, so I'm on record here for this, started conversations about how we can count credit from AmeriCorps into our graduate program. I mean, the bureaucracy that's going to be involved with that is going to be a nightmare. But you know what? You got to start somewhere. So I think that for me, it's really codifying that commitment because I want to continue to grow this pipeline and this scale. All right, who's next? Who wants to volunteer? Flor.
I can go. I think, thinking about where I stand today and the platform that I have, whether it's here or in the classroom with the students I work with in Los Angeles, I think for me, it's using my voice, honestly, and that's something that I can stand by. I think reminding students that, and young people, that you don't have to wait until you graduate to make changes that you want to see. You don't need a PhD to go do all the amazing things that you want to see happen. I think that's something I wish, actually, I was told that as a child, and I think it definitely instills a different kind of confidence when it comes from someone that you see as a teacher or as a colleague or as a mentor for everyone here representing City Year. It means so much more than if someone like your uncle, has been telling you that. It's different from when a teacher tells you. I think a lot of people today spoke about, you name dropped a teacher who changed your life. Everyone remembers that one teacher who changed their life, So I think that's my promise of just reminding young people that they don't have to wait until this certain age or this certain degree to make those changes. Because, if you do AmeriCorps, you're going to find out two things. You're probably going to find out something you really like and maybe something that you don't like, which is just as important. Yes. I love working with people, but I hate math, and I need to know that about myself. You also need to know what you like and what you don't like, but you're likely going to find what you're passionate about also in your experience. So at the end of the day, you're going to come out a different person from when you started, and I think that's what I stand by in using my voice.
Well, you are an incredible example of this, Flor, so thank you.
Two things that I'm going to do. The third, I'm going to ask you to do it with me.
Okay.
So the first is, I said 15 of our campuses have committed to be schools of national service, but we've got 64. So I got to work on all the rest to make sure that we make progress. Second, I think SUNY will be a better system. Our campuses will be stronger communities, and our classroom conversations will be better if we have thousands more AmeriCorps alumni in our classrooms. So I'm going to work really hard to make sure we recruit as many AmeriCorps alums to our classrooms as possible. So need all your help with that. And then the third, which is something I hope we can do together, the federal government doesn't move as fast as we would like on things, and hasn't moved fast enough in these 30 years to grow AmeriCorps. We should push really hard and try to get them to do, 200,000 of the 500. But that's still a gap. So then we need to get states and local government to step up as well. And I know, Governor Newsom has stepped up in California with a California Service Corps. We need a competition amongst governors. And I'm trying to advocate for this in New York. We need governors and legislatures competing to see how quickly can they scale up state-level service corps. We've got a county executive in Ulster County who's created a climate corps for the county. We need county executives and mayors to step up. And it may be small at first, but if 1,000 county execs around the country, just started with 50 core members each, right? Then we'd have 50,000 more core members. So let's go do that. Let's go persuade people to not just wait for Congress, push Congress, but then just start on our own in communities around the country.
Thank you.
Love that. Well, I am tempted to say what I should do when I go back is try to keep up with John King in New York City. It's making me feel kind of bad. But it is inspiring what you do. And I think for all of us in our own way, my sector is small, liberal arts and sciences, private institutions. So what can we be doing within that sector that has an important place within higher education? Adding our voice, I think there is going to be a looming battle, right? And it's not just battle for this budget, it's battle for this, to me, the scale question of how do we take 30 years of proven concept and move it forward. Part of it is the factual basis and getting the data points, which Michael, I'm sure, is working hard on. Part of it is the storytelling. I was touched by John's observation of his teacher. And when I was director of the Peace Corps, I met with a minister of education in West Africa. And he said, the first American I ever met and the best teacher I ever had was my Peace Corps volunteer teacher 30 years ago. He gave me the gentleman's name. I came back to Washington, called him up. He's in Falmouth, Massachusetts. I said, this minister of education who's setting educational policy for his country, his image of the best teacher is you. There was this long pause. He said, my gosh, I have no idea who that is. There were 62 kids in my class. I'll check the picture. So it's kind of the point to our city year members here, AmeriCorps members, you don't always know in the moment. Not every teacher gets to educate a Secretary of Education. But all of us have that opportunity to engage in the storytelling in this proof. So I come out of this session, and I appreciate the question, Vicki, of joining with you in my work at the Clinton School for your ambition, but also in my sector of higher education and within New York with John's leadership to think with ambition for the future. It's not enough we will get through this battle in the near term for budget, but to honor President Clinton's vision and bold vision and proven vision for the future.
I want to end this panel by coming back and tweaking the title of the panel. It referenced not a gap year, but a leap year. But we also know that it is leap years in the case of floor. So understanding how we can support those leap years or leap year. And I think we have all asserted this. And it's our charge going forward to scale, to continue to scale, whether that is pushing Congress, pushing our governors, pushing at the county level. It is building out those pipelines, talking to the students, letting them see your individual success stories, putting the money, the resources where they're at. So there's no one way we're going to increase the scale. There are a couple of different ways that we're doing that, all of us here together, and I think that has been so inspiring for me to be up here with all of you and engage with this community in terms of taking this army of goodness and pressing it forward. Thank you all.
Please welcome Dr. Jay Barth, Director of the Clinton Presidential Library.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we're discussing today, AmeriCorps is about a lot of things. It's about empowerment of individuals through enhanced access to education opportunities. It's about healthier communities, particularly when they are facing moments of crisis created by neglect across years or a more immediate disaster.
And it's about bridging differences in our society as diverse individuals come together on teams. But at its core, AmeriCorps is service. And it would be impossible not to commemorate AmeriCorps' 30 years without a real service opportunity this week. I think the many of you who will join us tomorrow as we carry out a variety of service projects in and around Little Rock's 12th Street corridor. We will come together at First Baptist Church Highland Park tomorrow morning and then fan out across a series of projects in that neighborhood. We will pack and distribute food at Stevens Community School, which is served by City Year Little Rock, and at the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences 12th Street Cafe Food Pantry. We will prepare food for distribution to young people and care for the outside learning spaces around the Hillary Rodham Clinton Children's Library and Learning Center. And we will promote menstrual equity by packing and distributing period products, working with the Period Poverty Project. An array of partners have come together to make all this happen. Thank all of you who can join us for being a part of this day of action, starting tomorrow morning, as we continue our commemoration of AmeriCorps at 30. And finally, as director of the Clinton Presidential Library and Museum, I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you all of two projects my team has worked on in recent months as part of this commemoration of AmeriCorps at 30 years. First, as Stephanie Street mentioned earlier, on this floor, just across the hall inside the east door of the museum, you will see a pop-up exhibit highlighting some key documents and artifacts related to AmeriCorps' creation and its early years. And second, our team has developed a wonderful digital library exhibit, Learning to Serve, Serving to Learn, AmeriCorps during the Clinton administration. It tells the story of those early years through the records of our collection. And importantly, like all our digital exhibits, it includes education resources to empower teachers to use these materials in classrooms to help students think about national service and its meaning in their own lives. Again, on behalf of everybody here at the Clinton Presidential Center, we are so glad you're here, and we can't wait to see you again. Thank you all.
Please turn your attention to the screen for a message from U.S. Senator from Delaware, Chris Coons, co-chair of the National Service Congressional Caucus.
Hi, I'm U.S. Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, and I'm honored to join this important celebration of AmeriCorps to say a few words about how much this program has meant to me. First, I'd like to thank all the distinguished panelists and guests, many of whom are AmeriCorps alumni or currently serving members, and who I know together have delivered a lively and thoughtful conversation about the future of the National Service Movement. To my friend Michael Smith, thank you for your talented and skilled stewardship of this beloved program. And I'd especially like to thank President Bill Clinton for not only hosting this event at the Clinton Presidential Library, but for having had the vision to create AmeriCorps during your first term in office. Mr. President, because of you, more than 1 million Americans have lifted up countless lives across our great country, making a difference and inspiring others along the way. We are a better nation today because we have AmeriCorps. And for that, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. My own involvement with AmeriCorps goes back almost to the very beginning. In 1993, I was working at the national headquarters of the I Have a Dream Foundation with Eugene Lang in New York City. I Have a Dream is a nationwide program that helps low-income students make the academic journey from elementary school all the way to college. And when President Clinton launched AmeriCorps, I saw this as a great opportunity for our national network. I worked tirelessly with a group of close friends, pulled together a grant application, and launched our first ever national partnership between the I Have a Dream Foundation and AmeriCorps. Ultimately, we had 150 members across 10 cities. And recruiting and training and supporting those members was one of the most rewarding public service experiences I've ever had. It was a transformational experience for our foundation and the services we could provide to the dreamers, the children we were serving, and their families. It had a lasting impact on the young people who served with us as AmeriCorps members, and for me, it changed how I saw and related to my community and to service. I also ultimately met my wife through service on the Volunteerism and Service Commission on the state of Delaware. So AmeriCorps in so many ways changed my life, just as it has changed many others, both the members in its ranks, the people and communities they serve. What made that possible is the close relationship between AmeriCorps and locally based nonprofit partners. These projects are truly community-oriented and community-grounded. My home state of Delaware alone, today we have more than 1,200 AmeriCorps members serving across dozens of projects, from tutoring school children to responding to disasters, to rebuilding homes, to helping our veterans. AmeriCorps continues to bring people together and make a difference. Over the past 30 years, AmeriCorps has received strong bipartisan support at the federal, state, and local levels because we know national service has the power to break down barriers and build bridges of understanding, which today we need more than ever. Sustaining this bipartisan support hasn't always been easy, just as President Clinton and his team had to fight to save AmeriCorps in the early 1990s. We've had to work again to save it in recent years here in Washington. But here we are 30 years later and still going strong. Let this celebration serve as a call to action. We all must continue working so that AmeriCorps members can continue their great work across our country. That means redoubling our efforts to expand the reach of and funding for AmeriCorps so even more of a difference can be made. So to all of those who support AmeriCorps, who have served as AmeriCorps members, or who hope to serve in the future, happy 30th anniversary. And thank you for letting me play a small role in honoring you and what we've all accomplished together through the national service movement over these past 3 decades.
Please welcome to the stage moderator Alan Casey, Kara Eskay, Julie Gerke, and Fagan Harris for our next conversation.
Good afternoon. This has been such an extraordinary day already. I would say that we've saved the best for last, but that wouldn't be truthful because every single panel, every single person has spoken so beautifully and inspiringly. And given all that is going on in our world right now, from Maine to the Middle East and across our country, my heart is overflowing. You all have given us such hope. So I want to thank everybody for that. And I want to thank Stephanie Street and the incredible team here at the Clinton Library that's put this together. I'm so excited to be here moderating this panel on AmeriCorps as a community asset with such tremendous leaders and dear friends of mine, Fagan Harris, who is the co-founder and former CEO of Baltimore Corps and now serves as Governor Moore's chief of staff, doing a fantastic job in Maryland. Julie Gerke, who is the Vice President for Philanthropy at Walmart and has funded so much of the great efforts that are going on in our country, across our country, and has really been leading on volunteer service. And Kyra Eskate, who does a fantastic job leading the America's Service Commissions, the National Association for all 52 governor-appointed service commissions and territories in our country. These are such great leaders, and we're going to have a fantastic panel. But I got to tell, I really feel like this is a family reunion, and being back here at the library is bringing back so many fond memories. I hope you'll just indulge me for a minute to share some stories from the beginning. I also have to give a shout out. I'm here also as co-chair of More Perfect and as co-founder of City Year, along with my partner and best friend, Michael Brown, who's sitting here, over here. Also a tremendous service leader. I have to give a shout out to the incredible City Year Corps members and staff that are here with us today also. 30 years, amazing. So I still remember November 1992, the day after Thanksgiving, when I was riveted watching CNN and I saw President-elect Clinton stopping after he was jogging to the assembled press corps, and he said, I'm going to commit to developing a new national service program as one of the top 4 priorities of our country. I called Michael, I said, you watching this? And he said, yes, let's get off the phone so we can hear what he says. And true to his promise, that legislation happened in 9 months, record time. You think about what's going on in Congress today, amazing that that got done. And a big reason it got done is because President Clinton tapped really the perfect person, the ideal person, Eli Segal, who brought his entrepreneurial spirit, his understanding of politics, his ability to reach across the aisle. It was a bipartisan support for that bill. And I know Eli's smiling down on this celebration, and we all miss him so dearly. I still use the wisdom Eli taught me every day, and I'm so glad Phyllis is here, who is a leader in the service movement in her own right through her work with Cogenerate. So it's great for Phyllis to be here. And it's great, I just want to echo what Mark said. Michael, you're doing such a fantastic job following in Eli's and Harris's and Wendy's footsteps. The vision you laid out this morning was so powerful, and all of us in the service movement are really lucky to have your leadership at this time of great challenge and opportunity. So thank you, Michael. I also remember like it was yesterday, the very first event at the White House on national service in March of 1993, hosted by then First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton for Public Allies, the organization that my wife Vanessa Kirsch started. I still remember what Hillary said because she was so powerful. She said, AmeriCorps represents the best of our core, C-O-R-E values, community for all, responsibility from all, and educational opportunity to make the American dream possible for everyone. And you know, this movement has given me so many blessings, including so many in this room. But at the top of that list, I have to say, is my wonderful wife, Vanessa, who's extraordinary, who wishes she could have been here today as well. After meeting Vanessa, I quickly realized it was better to marry the competition than try to beat it. And I can tell you, for the young people here and even the older ones, if you're looking for love, stay involved in the service movement. You will find it. I'm proof of that. So, you know, one of my favorite quotes from President Clinton is from his inaugural address, when he said, "There is nothing wrong with America that can't be cured by what is right with America." And AmeriCorps has been embodying the fundamental wisdom of that truth for 30 years. And it's extraordinary. Now, I'm here as more perfect, and we're also focused on what is right with America. We are focused on 5 big democracy goals to renew our democracy: civics, service, bridge building, trusted elections, and trusted information. And I want to thank leaders in this room. Together, we've worked with 10 leading service organizations to develop a plan called Ask and All, a plan to dramatically expand national service and volunteering. That title is inspired by Harris Wofford, another person who's watching from above, as he challenged us several years ago at another summit that we need to ask everyone to serve. We have to make opportunities available for all. And I want to thank Maura Connolly for her leadership in crafting this plan, and Kyra Escate, who's on the stage, and Kristen Bennett, who's here, and Mary Ankel Sprinkle, and Elizabeth Schwan Rosenwald, and the other leaders who put that plan together. As we look to the next 30 years, the goal of that plan is to fulfill a vision that President Clinton talked about today: have service starting in schools. A year of national service is a common expectation opportunity for everyone. Service continuing, as Points of Light does so well, for people to serve through the workplace, and then an encore or co-generational period of service. So it just becomes part of the thread of being an American. And a big part of that plan is recognizing that AmeriCorps is an extraordinary community asset. So I now want to turn to this esteemed panel and start with you, Fagan, with the first question. You've been a longtime champion for national service. You worked on the Franklin Project. You co-founded and led as CEO of Baltimore Corps with your governor, Wes Moore, now serve as his chief of staff. Can you tell us what inspired you to start Baltimore Corps and the unique role it fills in the community? And can you also tell us about the resources service organizations bring to communities across Maryland?
Good afternoon. Good to be with you all. Honored to be here. Honored to be with all of you. It was the late, great Harris Wofford that inspired the founding of Baltimore Corps. When Wes and I were at a summit just like this more than a decade ago, Harris had called out the need and the opportunity to take service to scale in a place. He said, you know, that's really what's been missing, is that we haven't scaled at a place. We haven't seen the power of service demonstrated in a community where community really takes ownership of that. And so I'll never forget it. Wes, we're sitting next to each other. He looked at me and goes, how about Baltimore Corps? Because we're both Baltimore guys. And I said, I think that makes a ton of sense. And we ended up launching that almost 11 years ago. And when I reflect back on it, I think there's a lot of turns in the road. The most important was during COVID. You know, Baltimore City is I'm biased, the greatest city in America, I think, hands down, it's easy. And we've got our fair share of challenges. And we're typically accustomed to being, when you look at charts and graphs about the city, on the tougher end of the scale, whether that's in public safety or educational outcomes. Baltimore City was one of the best performers during COVID. Most people don't know that. We performed in the very top percentile of cities of similarly sized, similar wealth of any place in America. And the big reason is we had a service core infrastructure. When we needed contact tracers, we needed people to deliver vaccines, we needed people to do care coordination, take care of their neighbors, to kind of get the word out about the public health response. We were able to enlist from the community to deliver all of that value to community. Hundreds and hundreds of people who raised their hand and signed up for that. And that was so powerful and so important, and I think really spoke to the importance of national and community service and the importance of place-based models in particular. And I think this movement we're seeing now at the state level, led by Governor Moore, to kind of take ownership of that. I think AmeriCorps has been the North Star for so long, and it'll continue to be. But I think as we look ahead to the next 30 years, it's about reaching deeper and forming kind of deeper connections around service and really helping communities take full ownership of it.
Thank you, Fagan. Those excellent insights. Julie, your team at Walmart leads the company's philanthropic investments, and you've made investing in local communities a priority. How does national service fit into this strategy, and what about AmeriCorps wants to make you to support it, and why is service so important to communities? I mean, you're everywhere.
Sure. I just want to echo, thank you for having me. It's been an amazing day to be here. I'll start with just quickly about philanthropy at Walmart, because I think that's part of the answer, which is we don't think about it as kind of this segmented piece of the work, but rather deeply integrated with the business and our policy, thinking about how we bring levers together to change systems. And so that means we only work in places where there's deep relevance to the business and assets we can bring beyond the dollars we invest. One of Walmart's favorite facts that some of you may have heard is 90% of Americans live within 10 miles of a Walmart. That means the kind of resiliency Fagan just talked about is really important to the company, because communities thrive, the company thrives. It's intertwined. And what we see is, just today, we have a store and a distribution center in Lewiston. We have Kearney, Kansas is without water today, a small rural town, our store's right outside. And we have 40 stores in the path of Otis who were affected by the hurricane in Mexico. So that means our stores are activating as part of what hits communities. They are as a part of the front lines. And AmeriCorps is often in the parking lots helping people. All of these things, when you're part of the local fabric, that community resiliency becomes really important. And so we've invested in a number of nonprofits who use AmeriCorps volunteers as the backbone, whether it's Food Corps, who's part of our work on hunger relief and nutrition security, or SBC, who does St. Bernard Project, who's helping local governments prepare for disaster resiliency. We see this as a huge part of the strategy of many of our partners. And really making sure that they can supplement the AmeriCorps stipend to recruit from their local community and keep local leaders there, that they can leverage this to have the staff they need to reach their impact. It has a huge impact, and we see it as a core partner in really achieving this resilience.
It's fantastic. Kyra, through your work leading America's Service Commissions, you've seen how AmeriCorps programs are essential assets to communities. Can you talk about some of your favorite stories from different states about how AmeriCorps programs have risen up to address the needs of communities in both the short and long term? And how have you seen AmeriCorps be a game-changing resource for communities?
Great, thanks for that question, Alan. And again, as everyone has said, it's such a privilege to be here today, to be able to talk about AmeriCorps and certainly the impact it's having in communities across the country. So as Alan mentioned, I'm with America's Service Commission, so we are the national association for those 52 state and territorial service commissions across the country. And that's important because 75% of AmeriCorps funding in a given year typically goes through state service commissions, and we know that more than 90% of programs typically are going through state service commissions as well. So So that's a really important part of the story here. And so when I think about kind of some of the most impactful programs, Alan, I mean, I think that we all, I think, associate AmeriCorps with education programming, and that's certainly a big part of the portfolio that we see at state service commissions for sure. So I think we've heard about City Year and Teach for America, and those are national programs that have had a major emphasis and certainly have been successful. But I think also too, we see state programs that have been doing a lot in their education system. So one is certainly that many of you may be familiar with is Math and Reading Corps. So this is a program that was actually started in Minnesota with state funding from Minnesota, and is an evidence-based model that now has been replicated in 15 states across the nation. And so again, I think that shows that certainly state innovation, state learning can then lead to programming being kind of across the country. In addition, I know that we've talked about this today already a little bit, but certainly I think that we've seen programs step up in the pandemic and really help with COVID response. So certainly the Washington Service Corps that was funded by the Schultz Family Foundation that was mentioned earlier has been an important part of that, but we also saw commissions and local programs popping up across the country. So those were focused on vaccine outreach, contact tracing, and other things that really made an impact that I think were really, really important during that and continue to be part of that as well. Another area that certainly has been a long-standing funding priority for the AmeriCorps agency and state commissions as well is around environmental programming. And so I think that we've seen that be a big part of commission portfolios, but we also know now with increased emphasis on climate programming, the president's recent announcement about the American Climate Corps, we know that commissions and programs are continuing to lean into that space and really want to help expand that kind of programming as well. And we now have 10 commissions across the country that have propped up a climate corps or are about to prop up a climate corps, which I think is a really exciting development, and I think we'll be able to really leverage that with the president's efforts as well. And then finally, I'll just mention a program that I think is really important given a lot of what's happening in the country right now, and that's actually the Refugee Rise program in Iowa that Adam here represents. And that's an important program because I think that we see refugees arriving in communities across the country, and AmeriCorps can play an important role in helping refugees navigate their new communities, really understanding the community resources that are out there, and really thinking about how they can connect them to learning American traditions and also to their larger community that they're now a part of. And so I think that that's a program that probably is not as well known, but I think is a really, really important one for us as we think about how can we help those that are joining our country.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kyra. You're just providing such great leadership across the country. Julie, we've heard from so many wonderful people associated with the Clinton School of Public Service here today. You're a graduate of the Clinton School for Public Service.
A very early one.
Another example of the tremendous impact of that school. During your time there, you worked with many people who served in AmeriCorps. You've also worked with many during your time at Walmart. Based on your experience, what unique values do AmeriCorps alumni bring? What makes them such an asset, whether it's in the workplace, in nonprofits, in communities?
So I was actually reflecting, it's weird to be back in this room. I graduated in this room about 15 years ago. So I was an early graduate. But I think what I saw both at the Clinton School, and I mean, I hire against this today, the community resilience work I talked about, I have a team that does this, and 4 out of 6 of them are AmeriCorps grads. And so what I see, and I don't know that I purposely did that or knew about that until I started kind of preparing for this, is a real practicality. Funders rightfully get a hard time about not understanding power dynamics, not really being thoughtful about all the hard work that it takes to make change in a community. And when you're looking for a team, you want people who deeply value their partners, know that this work is not done in a laboratory. What's written in the proposal is going to change over time, and are partners in problem solving, and do that not from a kind of removed place, but from a place of experience. So I'll give an example. One of the woman who leads the community resilience team is a woman named Eileen Hyde, who left her community in rural Vermont for college, found herself needing to be back to support family, and did an AmeriCorps year. She was part of what is now Hunger Free Vermont. And what she did is she fundamentally did collective impact before collective impact had a name. And we called it that. She organized city and community leaders to say, how will we solve this rising food insecurity problem? How do we get our state offices to be better at SNAP and WIC enrollment? All of these pieces that she brings to her job today and is able to think about it at a systems level. But the experience she has means that's not an esoteric exercise for her. She knows the hard work that's going on in those offices. She knows that this is not somebody who is super excited about the regulation that they're following and thinks it's human-centered design. And so there's a real empathy and understanding that I see in AmeriCorps alums that make them better at not just the job they do with me, but I think combining practical lived experience of how to solve problems at a community scale into system design work to really change this for all communities. And I think that's a common attribute that most employers want. This pragmatism, ability to solve problems, ability to connect dots, that I believe national service and these types of experiences really prepare you for in a way that classrooms, as much as I love them, need supplementing.
I love that. It's really, Shirley said earlier, what's really special about AmeriCorps is that it's a leadership development program that you don't have to be a leader. Anybody can raise their hand and then you develop those. And what you're saying is people not only learn leadership skills, but they also learn a special kind of like system design, systems change. They understand how to bring people together. So and we've heard that from other, the number of AmeriCorps alumni that have spoken today. Fagan, Governor Moore, with your support as Chief of Staff, has made service a centerpiece of his administration. I'll tell you, when he was elected, his first step as governor was to create the new Cabinet Secretary for Service and Civic Participation.
Sounds familiar.
Give in-state tuition to people who serve, create Maryland Corps bipartisan legislation. All of us in the service movement, and I think Secretary King said it the best, service will save us. I mean, he's emerged as such a profound leader with your support and championship. Can you talk about why this is so central to Governor Moore's vision as governor for the state of Maryland? And how has AmeriCorps informed your strategy in developing this program? And how do we make AmeriCorps an even richer, you hinted at this, a richer value proposition for younger people? And how do we keep AmeriCorps as a community asset?
Great question, three-part question.
Yes.
So I think number one, when then candidate Moore was running, he ran on a mantra of leave no one behind. For too many years, we'd seen too many people in our state, my home state, fall behind. Our education in our schools had gotten worse. The public health had degraded. We had labor force participation issues. You kind of go down all the metrics. And Marylanders were suffering, and our state had not done enough to bring everyone along and to make sure everyone's lives were improving. And a corollary to leave no one behind was this notion that service would save us. And he was very, very kind of dialed into that early, because when he studied the situation that we saw in Maryland, a few things jumped out. Number one, our state government had seen 10,000 people walk through the door and not be replaced. So we had a workforce crisis in our public service. Number two, when we looked across classrooms across the state following COVID, we had thousands of teacher vacancies. We did not have enough caring adults in the classroom taking care of our kids. Number three, it's a great time to be a nurse. Like, the signing bonuses in healthcare were through the roof because the shortages were deeply profound. I could go on, but the point is clear. We had a real human capital issue, and we need more people to raise their hand and say, I want to do public service. And the governor realized we didn't just need a solve for that in the short term, we needed a long-term strategy. And that if the state really hugged community and national service the same way we had done that at the federal level, we could build the pipeline for our teachers, for our civil servants, for our healthcare workers, and that could be a game changer for us. In parallel, obviously, he named me as his chief of staff. I think the most relevant kind of experience I'm bringing to this panel today is also have the honor to serve as a board member in AmeriCorps. And so with my fellow board members and with our CEO, Michael Smith, they were undertaking just heroic work to modernize the agency. So, we all know and love AmeriCorps, and it has survived on a shoestring forever, right? Like databases need to be upgraded, policies need to be rewritten, workflows need to be better thought through, on and on and on. To get ready for the next 30 years, AmeriCorps needed to get ready for the next 30 years. And so I had the privilege of sitting in that space with board members and with Michael Smith, and I saw how they were thinking about the future of AmeriCorps. We need to go to $15. We need to go to $15. We need to see more equity in the service and see representation lifted up as a hallmark of that. We needed to see it really easy for community groups to plug into AmeriCorps and leverage those dollars. These were all first principles of what I call like the reformation or the modernization of AmeriCorps that is underway, that gives me so much confidence for the future of this movement. I cannot tell you how good of a job Michael Smith and the board has done. I mean it, they've done an amazing job. And so what we tried to do was take those learnings and bring it to the creation of the state agency. Let's not build it based on the AmeriCorps that was created 30 years ago. Let's model it after the AmeriCorps that's being rebirthed and reimagined today. How do we make sure that this agency, from the very beginning, can stand on its own 2 feet and really create huge value for Marylanders? And so how do we make sure that, as answer the third question, that it's a strategic asset going forward? I think that's the word, is that it needs to be strategic. I think when we think of AmeriCorps, it can't just be tutoring. That's important, but it can't only be that. We have other challenges. We have challenges in climate. We have challenges in public health. We have challenges in infrastructure. We have challenges across the board. And when we deploy it as a strategic resource, there's a return on investment that is more broadly felt. When it becomes maybe just a one vertical play, that's important for that ecosystem, but a lot of people miss out and don't really understand the power of service. And so we're really thinking intentionally about deploying the Maryland Service Corps in partnership with AmeriCorps to make sure that we're sending our young people out to go work on the biggest challenges confronting our state, whatever they are. Because that's where we need our people, and that example is really going to shine through.
I got to say, Fagan, I love your passion and your vision and your experience, because you built an incredible program, and now to be working so hand in glove with Governor Moore, who co-founded Baltimore Corps with you, and the strategy you've laid out, I think it's going to inspire the whole country. But building on that, Kyra, you know, I've been involved in this movement for a long time, and I feel like we're in a new era with governors. I mean, I think part of the brilliance of AmeriCorps, because President Clinton had served as a governor, and he knew that governors knew what was going on in their states, was to make sure that every state had a state service commission appointed by the governors. But now there are governors who are personally championing this, Governor Moore, but also Governor Newsom. We heard from Governor Cox earlier today, and you're working with a number of governors. Can you tell us, from your perspective, why is the governor's role so important? What are other examples of innovation happening in states? And the great thing about the states in our federal system is Maryland can be an example, California, Utah, Iowa, Maine, you mentioned. All together, they can create a fabric of a new service movement. Can you talk about that? And also, why is AmeriCorps as a resource valued by both Democrats and Republicans as governors and at the state level?
Yeah, and thanks for that question, Alan. And I wanted to say, I love Secretary King's comment during the last panel about, let's get a race between the governors. I mean, that's music to my ears, right? I think we want to see that. We're trying to see that. I think that we're starting to see that happen, but I think that there's more that certainly can be done. And I think one of the really important things about governors' involvement over the years with this movement has been that it has been bipartisan. And I think that so individuals from both sides of the aisle recognize that service really can have an impact in communities and really can make a difference and really help lift up young people and those that serve in general. And so I think that's important. And also, too, I would say that we had many governor's offices on volunteerism prior to the creation of AmeriCorps, right? So some of our state service commissions actually kind of existed prior to the National and Community Service Trust Act signing 30 years ago. And so again, I think that there's been this long understanding about governors that service can make a difference and really can have an impact. So I think that, when we think about state service commissions and the partnership with their governors, again, governors have certain issues that they're focused on, and the partnership between the governor and commissions really can focus the national service resources on those priorities for the governor. So whether that be education, whether that be the environment, whether that be job readiness, et cetera, there's opportunity to really think about a service strategy related to those governor's priorities. And that's why I really think governors care about this, and I think we're seeing more and more governors, again, wanting to lead in this space. Certainly the great stuff that's happening in Maryland has been incredible, and I think a great inspiration for a number of governors across the country. Governor Newsom in California also came into office with a service plan and a desire to really center his work in the service space. And that included, when he came into office, getting state funding to increase the living allowance for AmeriCorps members serving the state of California. Also increasing the education award for members that serve full-time as well. So those were initial investments by Governor Newsom that were really, really important. But in addition to that, there is now new state programming that's happening as well that I think is really going to lead the way for other states as well. So we have the California College Corps that is located on 40 campuses around the country, or excuse me, the state, that really focuses on access for individuals to serve and to actually earn money for tuition as well, beyond the education award. We also see the California Youth Job Corps, which is focused on individuals 18 to 30 with lived experience, and really encouraging them to think about a pathway in public service, but also too giving them the supports that they need in order to be successful with that, which is very exciting as well. And we see that program is in more than 30 municipalities across California. And then also we have the California Climate Action Corps as well, which is one of those 10 states that have propped up their own climate corps, which I think is really, really important. So again, this idea of priorities around food insecurity, which is a priority in California, which a lot of those programs are focused on, also climate programming as well. Again, matching the governor's priorities with programming and giving people service experiences around that. We saw, as you mentioned, we saw the video from Governor Cox earlier, and Governor Cox has been a strong proponent of service back even when he was lieutenant governor of the state. When he was actually running for governor, some of you may know this, he went and did a service project in every county of Utah as a way to really demonstrate his commitment to service as well, and then he's brought that into his office. So last week there were 2 executive orders that the governor signed around service. So one is about encouraging state employees to volunteer, which that is a policy that we see in many states, that state employees do have volunteer time. But then also the other executive order was really focused on this idea around economic development. So if you are a business coming into Utah and want to focus on economic development resources coming from the state, service is going to be part of the requirement to actually access those funds as well, which I think is a really interesting twist on this that is really, really important. So those are some of the current things that are happening around the country. Again, bipartisan, Democratic governors, Republican governors as well. And we've seen that over the years. And I will just say as well that I think another piece that's been really, really important with governors is disaster response. So we've seen, as disasters happen in our communities across the country, that governors are like, oh my goodness, this AmeriCorps resource is amazing. These people are here, they're serving. I think, one of the primary examples that I think of goes back to Governor Barber in Mississippi after Katrina, and AmeriCorps resources coming in to help Mississippi and staying behind, as people said earlier today, after the cameras were gone. That was really, really essential. And I know Governor Barber became a big proponent of AmeriCorps as a result of that experience. So again, this idea of the bipartisan piece, and I think really helps governors meet their goals.
Yeah, I love this idea of a race to compete among governors, and also how bipartisan it really is, because governors actually see the impact of AmeriCorps every day in their states. Now, unfortunately, we're back to a fight in Congress. There are some people in Congress who want to eliminate it entirely. I wish that we could just, they've been having these all-conference meetings. I wish we could have had every member of Congress sitting here all day, because I think that would help change their minds. And sometimes, to really see the value of something, you have to think about what life would be like without it, as some people in Congress want to do. After 30 years still, they want to do this. So as we talk about AmeriCorps' value, why is it something that communities really cannot survive without? Because now after 30 years, I think as Mark said earlier, it really is embedded. We know it works. And if AmeriCorps disappeared, God forbid, but we're not going to let that happen. But if it did, how big would the hole be in the tapestry of our country now and in our communities? What would its effect be nationally? Why don't we start with you, Julie?
I think it's a really hard thing to imagine. And I think something where we wouldn't be able to predict the impact because I'm not sure we always recognize the benefits and know all of what we're getting from the AmeriCorps model. In this, one of the things we work on is called caring and connected communities. So fundamentally, that's a grant portfolio that's about building meaningful relationships across lines of difference. And we called it a lot of things over the years and learned that all of them were somewhat divisive. Bridge building, people thought we were literally building bridges. Community cohesion, various phrases. And what we came back to is everybody wants, no matter your politics, you want to live in a caring and connected community. And that emphasis on the local, that experience that you have that is somebody who has different lived experience, different viewpoints, but you care about deeply, I think is deeply meaningful to our country and our democracy. It reinforces pluralism, all of these pieces that I think are the anecdote to a lot of what we're seeing. And I think AmeriCorps is, in many ways, the heart of that philosophy. And the people who do a year of service have that lived experience. We've heard from people today, it's formative. It is transformative for their long-term vision of who they can be. And so I think they come out with these skills of building meaningful relationships across lines of difference, valuing that, and then they live with that skill that is, one that we may be losing in our country. And so how we really lean into that, and so it's easy to think about the tangible loss of there's not the person mentoring or, fighting fires or all the things that we, are the first layer impacts. But I think the second layer impacts of our lived American democratic principles is one that I would really think about, because we need examples and programs that reinforce those values and that spread them even more deeply to represent the best of our country.
Thank you, Julie. I love that idea of the second level impact. It isn't as visible, but in many ways is even more important. Fagan, what are your thoughts on this question?
I think it's a fascinating question. I'll come at it maybe a slightly different tack. I was, as you were speaking, Jill, I was just kind of reflecting back on my own journey. And I remember years ago, I went and saw the Public Allies team in Milwaukee. We were getting Baltimore Corps off the ground, and I figured better go learn from the best, right? If we're going to do this, let's learn from others who've done it, and that way we can bring those lessons back. And to a person, they all said something that has followed me, which is they said, when you go through life, you got to make sure that you're looking at people and you got to see the glass half full, not half empty. You got to see the assets there, not the deficits. And you might miss that the oldest child of 4 who can't do that fellowship or can't do that internship or can't do that paid service experience is doing service when she gets the younger siblings dressed to go to church every Sunday, and doing service when they're helping the kid on the bus get tutored and get some education. They're doing service when they pitch in at their local food bank. And I think it kind of resonates with something that Floor, my colleague on the board, said earlier. Deep down, I think most people are good. And I think deep down, most people have an instinct to serve. And I think it's something that people are going to do no matter what. And I think your question is a good one, Alan, because for me, there's an insight in it that as we think about the next 30 years, I would reflect on it going forward, which is, I think AmeriCorps is terribly important. That's why we're all here. And I think it's the leverage point or the fulcrum for a broader culture of service, right? It's an engine that can help propel service, can help scaffold the experience to make it more formidable, to make it more impact. But it's not the only source of service. It's the scaffolding and the support. And I'm really fond of the quote. I forget who said it, but they tried to bury us, but they forgot we were seeds. Let them eliminate AmeriCorps. Let them try. Let them try. Because our desire to serve and our desire to lead and our desire to do the work from the ground up, I think, is so powerful and it's so fundamental to who we are. And I think AmeriCorps has tapped into that. It hasn't replaced it. It's tapped into that. And so, folks will continue to come for AmeriCorps, but it's never going to erase or negate, I think, the service that's in all of us. And I think as the agency looks to the next 30 years, I think it should remember that it's buttressed by a culture of service throughout our communities. And the more it can speak to that and tap into that, it doesn't have to carry it all by itself, right? It's like what we're doing in Maryland. We're setting up a service apparatus. It's not technically AmeriCorps, but you damn right it's in the movement. If we all do what we can do where we can do it, it makes the service undeniable and unbeatable. And so, yeah, will AmeriCorps have headwinds? Sure, it's subject to our federal political process. There's just a hell of a lot of headwinds there. That's just what's going to happen. But it doesn't mean that it's got to be a setback that's irreversible, because I think the service is so fundamental to all of us that if we just keep that front and center, we're going to be okay.
Thank you, Fagan. I love that as you were developing Baltimore Core, you went to Public Allies and talked, and I love what you said, that they talked about being optimistic, idealistic, see assets, not deficits. And I think you talk to any AmeriCorps member, and that's how they'll respond, and it really unleashes something in human nature. I think that's so beautiful. Well, and I know that thanks to the leadership of Ann Mora Connolly and Jennifer Ney and Voices, we're going to do this fight. We're going to be successful again. It's a shame we have to do it. And all of us have to get behind them, by the way. I mean, they work incredibly hard. Everybody in this room, you've been here all day. Please make sure you connect with Ann Mora, Jennifer. All of us have connections to tell these stories. Now I want to pivot to the future, and you've all talked about the next 30 years. So given what's going on in the country today, the pandemic and learning loss, the challenge of climate change, the divisions in our country, we need AmeriCorps and service at scale more than ever before, even from 30 years later. I've had the chance to work on this plan with John Bridgeland and More Perfect and all these service organizations, and we set 2 big, ambitious goals, and I would love to hear all the talk of scale. Let's get to 250,000 AmeriCorps members, as was authorized in the very bipartisan Kennedy Serve America law that hasn't been funded. And then ultimately, let's get to 1 million people, so that it really is a common expectation and experience. So as we celebrate the 30 years, but look 30 years in the future, how do we strengthen and scale AmeriCorps to achieve this vision that we all have experienced so powerfully today? And what do we need to do to take the program to the next level and ensure its growth and success? Kyra, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so I think, from the scaling perspective, I think, and this won't be surprising for folks given where I sit, but I think that there's a real importance for state investment and state policy change as well. I certainly think that there's federal investment that is needed for that, absolutely, but if we're talking about getting to 1 million, the idea of there being enough federal funding for 1 million AmeriCorps members is a little bit hard for me to fathom, to be honest with you. Right. But I do think we can get there with state investment. And so we've been seeing a number of states around the country that are investing in core type programs. We've talked about obviously Maryland and California and what we're expecting to see in Utah perhaps soon. And I think, again, that's where it's going to be, because the state investment is going to be important to make sure that the programming really is focused on the needs of that state. And there will be funding mechanisms, because that's the priority of the governor and the legislature as well. So I think that's really, really important. I think also on the policy front at the state level, again, AmeriCorps has a good structure. Again, we are revising it, we're revamping it in ways to really help it for the next 30 years. But I think that there are things that can happen at the state level to help with that as well. And so things such as removing the income tax on the education award at the state level, we've seen that happen in 5 states across the country already. I think there's opportunity to do that at the federal level, but I think also the state level as well. We're thinking about things like in-state tuition and all these things, again, things that are going to incentivize people to think about a year of service, maybe a couple years of service. I think those are things that we can see happen at the state level, and that may be easier in some aspects than trying to do some of these things at the federal level, in all honesty. The other thing I think that's going to be really important as we're thinking about scaling is really investing again in members and the member experience. And I think we've seen that over the last several years, which has been really, really important. But I think we really have to be able to talk to the next generation of members about why a year of service is going to be valuable to them. And I think increasingly that's going to be around this idea of service to workforce pathways as well. So really, like, this year of service is going to lead you into a career path, whether that be in public health, whether that be in education, whether that be in a climate related job. And so again, I think us being really thoughtful about that is also going to increase interest, but then also I think increase funding. And so for example, in Colorado, we see that they're really thinking about developing this service to workforce pathway. They have developed a registered apprenticeship program, which is a way to, again, to get people into public health careers in the state of Colorado. I think that's a model that can be replicated across the country, and I know many of our commissions are starting to think about that as well. Again, how are we aligning the workforce needs of the state with service opportunities? And so I think that also is going to be an important piece as we think about scaling.
That's fantastic, Kyra, and you're right. And the thing is, governors are starting to do that. Governor Newsom, $189 million out of his budget. I know in your first year that Governor Moore has invested real money from the state to supplement what AmeriCorps is doing. So I think that's a great insight. Julie, what's your view? What do we think about for the next 30 years? How do we really take AmeriCorps, this idea of service to scale, and really embed it in our life?
I think it's a yes and. I've heard a lot of great ideas today, and we're probably going to need all of them. One of the things I've been thinking about is the larger kind of service movement and the context in which we support AmeriCorps. And recognizing, if we look at the numbers, just volunteerism as separate from national service is down post-COVID and hasn't recovered. And I think that changes the dynamic in which AmeriCorps asks and really fights for growth. And so how are we building back this culture of everyone volunteering on a regular basis and that being part of our society? We have 1.6 million employees in the US. How are we encouraging them to get involved in service? We have hundreds of millions of customers. How are we making it easy for them to give back? And then I think as people do that, they meet AmeriCorps volunteers in their service. They understand the problems of their community differently, and AmeriCorps starts feeling like a really logical thing to support. They don't have to learn about it from a policymaker who, let's be honest, is not often very popular. They can learn about it from, oh, that is the person down the street, that's Jennifer, that's Elise, that's, and that becomes much more tangible. And the more people we have out in communities volunteering and giving back to their community, the more they'll be like, oh yeah, of course I support volunteerism. That's so-and-so, and what I care about couldn't be making the impact it's making if they weren't there. And so I think we need to both defend and build and invest and grow AmeriCorps, but do that in a context of building on-ramps, building supportive networks, and really making sure that we have a culture of volunteerism in our country.
Thank you, Jill. I think that's so on target. I should have mentioned that, thanks to Points of Light's leadership, the other big goal we have in our plan is to get to 100 million volunteers. And President Clinton referenced this morning. On average, every AmeriCorps member actually leverages 25 other volunteers. I mean, Habitat's an amazing example of this, for example. I think they do 50 or 60. So there is, as Harris used to say, that is another twin engine. Fagan, to wrap us up, what's your vision for the next 30 years, and how do we get this idea to scale and change
Honestly,
our country?
I was sitting here, I was like, plus one amen, plus one amen. So I'm tempted to leave it at that. So I'll just double click on a little bit of what my colleagues have shared here, what I found particularly resonant and important in this. And namely, we need more stakeholders in the game. It cannot just be the federal apparatus driving this. And we need states to step up, we need private companies to step up, we need communities, we need cities. Big part of the Baltimore Core model is city investment. From the city of Baltimore spends millions of dollars a year in a service corps. That has got to be table stakes for us going forward, and we've got to think about AmeriCorps in the broader service movement, and it's kind of pulling the movement along and propelling the movement, but it's not only the movement, right? We need more stakeholders in the game. And then second, I think to win the scale war, which is something I think we've been on from day one, you got to win it here first. We got to scale in people's imaginations before we can scale in the budgets. And just a few observations, particularly now as a board member at AmeriCorps, we don't give AmeriCorps the respect or the due that I think it deserves, and it's the small things and the big things. There's a lot of AmeriCorps alums, if they're given their Academy Award acceptance speech, don't mention that they're an AmeriCorps alum, right, unless prompted. Those little things matter. I know that we're really mindful of that in Maryland as we're building the cool, new, fun thing, and our state commission is part of our operation, and we're learning from AmeriCorps, and we're co-investing the dollars. We're doing this in partnership. Those things feel small day to day, but it adds up to brand equity in people's consciousness and imagination, and that brand equity really matters, because I think part of the reason we're always on the chopping block is we suffer from, I think, a deficit of support and recognition even after 30 years. And that's on us. Like, I think we can do a better job of uplifting the movement. And then I think the other side of that coin, and I saw it at Lead for America, I had the privilege of serving on their board as chair for several years. And I think it dovetails these 2 points, and hopefully I can make it. AmeriCorps as an apparatus is becoming more flexible, and it's becoming more responsive, and it's becoming more responsive to what people imagine for service for themselves. And so I think service has got to leave this kind of prescriptive notion, this kind of cookie cutter, here's the 2, 3, 4 different ways you serve, and instead understand that young people today, they don't want to be told how they can serve. They want to be trusted to serve, and they want to be empowered and supported to do so, because they truly believe that they're closest to the challenges themselves, and therefore they're the solution. And what they need is the support, and for us, frankly, to get out of the way. And so as we reform the structures to make them more flexible and reactive, and as we build the brand equity and imagination of what's possible, I think the magic is when someone says, yeah, I want to serve, I know exactly how I'm going to serve, I know how to access this resource called AmeriCorps or the service movement, and I'm going to go, to use your aphorism, Alan, I'm going to go be the change, and I'm going to do it myself. I think if you do that, and people can see that play out in their community every single day, there's nothing that's going to stop the movement. And I see that in the young people. They have the answer. They're ready to step up. They want to be entrepreneurial. They want to be creative. They want to kind of create their own future. They want to serve us and lead us there. We've got to trust them to do so, and we got to put them in the driver's seat. If we do that, we're going to be A-okay, no matter what happens.
I love that vision. I love that we have to really imagine it and get people to see it. And I just want to close where I began. First of all, can we thank these extraordinary leaders? I just want to close with a note of gratitude. Bill Buckley wrote a book called Gratitude about National Service, Republican, by the way, which was an inspiration for me and Michael. This has really filled my soul today, and everyone has spoken so beautifully. And I want to thank all of you, because I know that any one of you could be up here on this stage, and you could speak just as articulately and beautifully. And I know we're talking about the next 30 years, but I want to throw out a challenge. 10 years, we come back here for the 40th anniversary, and we actually have scaled AmeriCorps, and we actually don't have arguments about it anymore, and we actually understand that this is who we are, and it's part of our soul. And I think if each one of us in this room commits to that, and then we go get 2 more people and 2 more people and 2 more people, we can achieve that vision. So we need your leadership. Thank you all very, very much.
Please turn your attention to the screen for a message from U.S. Senator from New Mexico, Martin Heinrich.
I grew up exploring the woods and creeks around my family's home in rural Missouri. My mom was not always thrilled with the king snakes and tarantulas, even snapping turtles that I brought home. But she encouraged what would become a career dedicated to protecting America's wildlife and wild places. When I first moved to New Mexico after college, I was drawn to our state's vast and wild outdoor places. And after starting my career in Albuquerque, doing defense research, I felt called to pursue a different path of service. AmeriCorps was still relatively new at that point, and I was intrigued by an AmeriCorps position working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on Mexican gray wolf recovery. Wildlife biologists were preparing to reintroduce these endangered wolves back into their native habitat in the Southwest. But before they could move forward, they needed data to prove that there weren't any lobos still roaming wild in the state. My AmeriCorps colleagues and I went out into the backcountry for 10 days at a time, surveying huge areas of New Mexico and Arizona. We would stop every mile or so and then howl into the darkness in each cardinal direction. Despite all of our best wolf calls and a few terrible ones, no wolves ever responded. We did hear coyotes and foxes, screech owls and elf owls, and even the threatened Mexican spotted owl, but no wolves. The data that we gathered helped to defend the reintroduction that has led to well over 300 endangered lobos calling New Mexico and Arizona home today. I hold on to my experience as an AmeriCorps member to this day, and I am proud to be the first, but certainly not the last, AmeriCorps alum to serve in the United States Senate. Over the years, I've had the pleasure of meeting many AmeriCorps members working on a wide range of very meaningful projects. As the Vice Chair of the National Service Congressional Caucus, I'm working to grow our support for their national service opportunities. And that includes expanding our support for our existing core network. National service is a critical and cost-effective approach to taking on many challenges. We should recognize how much AmeriCorps members are contributing to communities all across our country. We should also build on the last 30 years with initiatives like President Biden's American Climate Corps. This initiative will provide a whole new generation of Americans with opportunities much like the New Deal's Civilian Conservation Corps. There is so much important work to do to solve climate change and to build our clean energy future. Young Americans are eager to really be the heroes in this story. They can restore our lands and our waters, they can install and maintain clean energy infrastructure, and build healthier and more resilient communities. We need to invest in providing them the training and the opportunities they need to pursue emerging career fields at the center of building climate solutions. I would like to personally thank President Clinton for the opportunity that he provided me and so many Americans 30 years ago. And I am honored to join all of you in celebrating AmeriCorps' success over the last 3 decades. Nothing is more rewarding than serving others. And I hope we will build on these last 30 years by empowering the next generation of Americans to serve.
Please enjoy your afternoon break. The program resumes in 15 minutes. Please take your seats. The closing session is about to begin. Please take your seats. The closing session is about to begin. Please direct your attention to the screen for a message from Michael Rojas, serving with AmeriCorps Disaster Response in Maui, Hawaii.
I joined AmeriCorps because I wanted to do something fulfilling with my life. AmeriCorps, to me, is just national service at its best, a group of individuals who care just as much as me, trying to find opportunities to show that love to communities that need it. The impact AmeriCorps creates is really insurmountable. I wanted to do something to where I was the individual supporting a community. So here in Maui, we have about 27 AmeriCorps disaster response team members. We've been doing donations management and volunteer management here. It has always just been, I think, the highest point of fulfillment for my life. And I continue to be just blown away by the spirit and the effort of our AmeriCorps disaster response team members. If I can continue doing this for a large portion of my life, I'll try to do that. So.
Please welcome to the stage Sarah Dudley, an AmeriCorps Vista member.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start off by saying what an honor it is to share the stage with so many influential people who have brought success to AmeriCorps and public service throughout the past 30 years. My name is Sarah Dudley, and I was born and raised in Hope, Arkansas, less than 2 miles from President Clinton's boyhood home. I am an AmeriCorps member, currently serving as the Vista leader at Southern Arkansas University in Magnolia, Arkansas, home of the beloved Mule Rider mascot. I've been serving through AmeriCorps for the past 2.5 years. I have always been passionate about serving others, but my experience with AmeriCorps has changed my perspective on what it means to take action to serve those in need and put people first. I started service at the Boys and Girls Club in Magnolia, where I met kids from many different backgrounds. I had the chance to interact with all of the children enrolled in the after-school program. While there, I developed and implemented a program that allows local volunteers to connect with and mentor at-risk children. I really saw the need for this program through my experience with one child in particular. There was a kindergartner there who clung to me. She would skip fun activities just to sit with me and color. In May, we created a Mother's Day activity for the students, which included a card for them to write for their mom or any influential mother figure in their life. As I was passing out materials for the activity, my kindergarten friend caught my attention. She said, "Miss Sarah, I don't know what to write in my card." She told me her mom was in jail and she never got to see her. So I asked her who she wanted to make the card for. I told her she could give the card to anybody that she thought loved her and cared for her. She thought for a second, and then she looked up at me and she said, "Miss Sarah, can I make this card for you?" I was blown away. I spent 2.5 hours a day, 4 days a week with this child, and she felt that I loved and cared for her enough to deserve her Mother's Day card. I didn't realize how much of an impact I had on her purely from devoting my time and attention to her. Now, as I've transitioned to serving as the Vista leader at SAU, I realize that the Vista members in our program are similar to the young children at the Boys and Girls Club. They need support and guidance to thrive and make an impact. I am so glad that I get to provide the support that influences their service within our community. Through the Vista members' commitment to success, our program provides support to the college students at SAU and community members of Magnolia. Within the past 5 years of AmeriCorps being at SAU, we have had over 60 Vista members and nearly 250 summer associates commit to serving our community. Our members started the Mule Rider Market Food Pantry that has served over 1,500 students since opening. We also developed a community garden, which has produced over 700 pounds of fresh vegetables that goes directly to our market and our community. The Mule Rider Express transportation service was also implemented, which has given free rides to over 800 students for needs such as grocery shopping and doctor's appointments. The Career Closet, supported by our Vista's efforts, has provided professional attire for over 600 students. The Magnolia community has also benefited from SAU's AmeriCorps program with the revitalization of our state park and the implementation of volunteer programs. Currently, the Vista members on our team are working on creating a foster care initiative program, developing mental health resources, creating autism support networks, and enhancing the disability services on SAU's campus. In the community, Vista members are creating a tutoring program for the local housing authority, establishing a pantry at the Boys and Girls Club, and revising domestic violence shelter policies and procedures. These projects, while large endeavors, are only a small part of the service that AmeriCorps has made possible for my community. AmeriCorps has made a tremendous impact on me, on Southern Arkansas University, and on the Magnolia community. AmeriCorps has allowed us to fulfill the Clinton Foundation belief that everyone deserves a chance to succeed, everyone has a responsibility to act, and we all do better when we work together. We are able to fulfill this responsibility through the opportunity to serve as AmeriCorps members and get things done. Thank you so much to President Clinton for the service he completed in implementing AmeriCorps 30 years ago. My Vista team and I would not be able to serve as we do without your commitment to service. Your get things done attitude and application has changed the world for better, and for your work we are truly grateful. It is my esteemed honor to introduce President Bill Clinton and the CEO of AmeriCorps, Michael D. Smith, to the stage.
How's everybody doing? I fired up? I thought you would be. What an incredible day this has been. Is that right? How about all of the extraordinary examples that we've seen of this extraordinary movement that President Clinton created in action, ending with this powerful testimony from Sarah. Let's hear it once more from Sarah. I am going to be very brief because I know we all want to hear from President Clinton. Mr. President, when you created AmeriCorps, you opened up the doors of opportunity for millions of Americans to care for our communities and to make a lasting, meaningful difference. And I think most importantly, to realize that we are all on the same beautiful team. And as the captain of our team, every team captain needs a Letterman's jacket. So, Mr. President, the first of its kind, thank you for all you have done to get things done for America and AmeriCorps.
Wow.
Oh, we're going this way.
Wow.
We got that classic logo there on the side for you, too.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Wow.
I'll bring it backstage for you.
That's pretty good swag. If you've spent any time in the New York winters, you know I will make very good use of that gift, and I'm very grateful. I also want to say how proud I was of Sarah Dudley and what she said in the service she's rendering here in my home state, and all the partners who made this weekend possible. Thank you, Ry Barcott and Honor Action, Alan Casey, my longtime friend who gave me my first glimpse into what AmeriCorps could become when I went to City Year in 1991 in December. And he said, "You may remember this morning," I said, "I still have the City Year sweatshirt they gave me in 1991. And the young man who gave it to me was from New Hampshire, who had been given the choice. He'd committed a crime of going to reform school or going into City Year. He said, "I think I'll try that City Year thing." He is now in charge of all their programming. He's still there. So I thank you. I thank Ann Mora Connolly, Voices for National Service, for all she's done. And Michael Smith, you're doing a really good job, and I'm proud of you. It's fun to be here. I want to thank Stephanie Street, who is in charge of all of our Clinton Foundation activities here, and we hope you've been made welcome, and Jay Barth, our librarian. And I think she's been mentioned already, but I have to recognize my longtime friend Phyllis Siegel, who came all the way from Massachusetts to be with us from Encore.org. Her husband Eli was the chief executive officer of my presidential campaign in 1992. And when it was over and I won, much to everybody's surprise, I asked him to oversee drafting the legislation which created AmeriCorps, getting it passed in Congress, and then establishing the program and setting it up. And he did, as always, great work. Later, I asked him, I said, I want you to prove that poor people are capable and wish to be independent and are dying to work. So he said, how are we going to do that? I said, we're not going to give speeches. You're going to find 20,000 companies in America and get them to promise to hire 1 million people from public assistance. So he said, I can do that. And he found more than 20,000 companies, and they hired 100,000 more people than they promised to hire. And then we had the dot-com bubble burst in early 2001, right after I left office. It lasted about 9 months. And then the Congressional Budget Office, a nonpartisan outfit, did a study and said that the people who moved from public assistance into a job were actually less likely to be laid off in the recession than people who were already in the mainstream economy. So I'm very grateful to Eli and to Phyllis and to all my other old friends, including another person you heard from, Mark Guerin, who had so many jobs when I was president, people thought he couldn't hold on to one. But he helped to make AmeriCorps a reality and later served as director of the Peace Corps. I also have to acknowledge Little Rock's longest serving city manager, Bruce Moore, who died just a few days ago, way too young. And he was a longtime champion of public service and particularly of national service in Central Arkansas. He helped us in more ways than I can say, so we'll miss you, Bruce. Thank you. I'm going to do something unconventional, but it'll be quick. You'll be painless. Whenever I get really disoriented and I try to figure out how to recalibrate, I try to think of something really big and work back to where I am in it, and you are, like astrophysics, or something really small, like the Human Genome Project and the fact that we now have apparently a couple of indicators that may finally lead us to be able to stop the progress of and maybe even cure Parkinson's disease. Or something really ancient, that may emphasize to us that life passes in the blink of an eye. And we have to pay attention to the days as they go by. So I'm going to do a little experiment here. Almost all kids are crazy about dinosaurs. Not many adults are. It probably is a case of arrested development, but I've always been fascinated by dinosaurs. And we just had the second dinosaur exhibit make its way through the library here. We're always doing various dinosaurs. We did it once before. And it all started when I read an amazing book called The Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs, written by a man named Steve Brusatte, who is from Chicago and runs a program dealing with, excavation into dinosaur remains in Scotland at Edinburgh. And at one time before the continent split, when we were just Gaia, one big continent in the middle of the globe, Scotland basically was joined with what is now New Jersey. So there's a lot of dinosaur remains in New Jersey now because of that. Anyway, this guy Brusatte is something. And I was fascinated by the book. So I called him, I hyped the book on my account and Twitter, and he came here not very long ago, and it was a big hit. But he made me think about it in human terms. That is, before there were any people on our planet, the dinosaurs ruled the world for 100 million years. And 66 million years ago, this massive meteor struck the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico with a force and impact, and it was huge. It was several miles across, and basically the lights went out in America. And an enormous number of the species on our planet were destroyed. And the only, basically, descendants of the dinosaurs that exist today are certain birds that evolved from the raptors that could fly as far as they could get away from the destruction which then occurred. Otherwise, they were gone. Now, our pre-human ancestors have been around for, depending on how you define ancestors, 3 or 4 million years. Lucy's bones, now resident in Ethiopia, are about 3.2 million years old. There's a footprint in the Olduvai Gorge, which is just north of the Ngorongoro crater, and the Serengeti Plain is about 3.4 million years old. Given the way we're going, anybody think we're going to match the dinosaurs and rule the world for 66 million years? Given our behavior? Yeah, well, that's the point that I'm trying to make. 10 years ago, this year, I think, the great insect biologist, E.O. Wilson, who just died a couple years ago at the age of 90, whom I had the honor to get to know and try to support. It was interesting. He was a country boy from Alabama who became a widely renowned scientist at MIT. And he wrote a series of books on what he thought was going to be the end of his life, and then he kept living and he kept having all of his marbles, so he kept writing books. But at the time, he thought he was phasing his way out. And he was probably 94 when he wrote, maybe he was 90 when he wrote The Rise and Fall of the Dinosaurs. Anyway, not The Rise and when he wrote a book called The Social Conquest of Earth. It's about 240 pages long. You can read it in not very long. But here's what he said. Think about AmeriCorps now. He said, if you look at all the species that have ever lived on our planet, which is about 4 billion years old, in a universe that's 14 billion years old. So all the species that have ever lived, the most successful after the dinosaurs, that is, if you define success as the ability to survive against repeated opportunities to be destroyed, the most successful species that have ever lived are ants, termites, bees, and people. And as far as we know, ants, termites, and bees don't have normal consciousness as we understand it, much less a conscience. But they do have highly evolved habits of cooperation. So if you look at ants, for example, there are species of ants subject to mass predators in Africa that will swarm like millions across an African savanna, and then when a predator chases them, and it's obvious the predator's about to catch up, then some of the ants will just go up on the tallest blade of grass and wait to be consumed so the others can all get away. In South America, there are termites who have evolved to be able to sense when a dangerous flood is coming. And they live underground. And they burrow holes into the ground, and they only go in and out with one. The others are for air conditioning. And when a flood is coming, they stay away so they don't drown. And there are all kinds of things that bees do. Honeybees are, as a lot of you know, under a lot of stress today and have been for about 20 years, mostly because they're extremely vulnerable to chemicals in the environment. But still, bees keep going. And we now have had, I've been alive long enough at least to read the scientific surveys that spiders, and there are over 2,500 kinds of spiders, which are normally extremely individualistic, spinning their own webs, catching their own prey. There are 24 species that, for reasons no one understands, in the last few decades, have started working together. And guess what? Their webs are twice as strong, their caloric intake's twice as great, they're getting bigger, stronger, having more offspring, they're growing. So Wilson says in this book, people have by far the greatest human potential on planet Earth because as far as we know, we're the only people with both, only species with both consciousness and a conscience. So the consciousness allows us enormous creativity, but makes us vulnerable to enormous arrogance, thinking we can forever dominate others. And so far in the long history of the world, at the last minute, our conscience has always kicked in and saved the day and enabled us, right before we just jump off the cliff, to do the right things and to preserve and strengthen our species. So, and the guy, keep in mind, the guy was about 90 when he wrote this. And he said, I think, therefore, the most important skill for the human race is cooperation. And conflict is very dangerous because you might win a lot, but you keep pushing yourself toward the edge. And life cannot be conducted without consciousness and conscience. It's a wonderful book. And when he passed away, I went and read it again. So what all that got to do with this? Do you really think we're going to make it 66 million years like the dinosaurs did? Or are we going to make it 1 billion years? I remember on the 30th anniversary of the first person walking on the moon, when Armstrong was up there, the living astronauts and the people at NASA came into the Oval Office in 1999, and we had this celebration, and among other things, they brought a tightly vacuum-packed moon rock that had been carbon dated at 3.4 billion years old. So they were about to leave and asked people, I said, would you loan that to me? And they said, look, I know it's very valuable, but as you can see, we're in the White House, the security's pretty good here. And my word's good, I'll give it back to you as soon as I leave. I need this rock. So they gave it to me. And you've seen many times on television the Oval Office and the president and the foreign dignitary are sitting together, and then there's that little table and the two couches on each side and people. So I put the rock in its clear container in the middle of that table. And whenever I had people there who were fighting like cats and dogs and they lost their temper, and they started screaming, I'd say, wait a minute, time out. Look at that rock. That rock is 3.4 billion years old. Now, we're all just passing through. What do you say we calm down and get something done? It didn't always work, but it worked more often. But it worked more often than you'd think. That is, I find it helpful to get off my high horse and just realize what a piece of life you have and what you don't. And you remember when the Webb telescope was in outer space, it started picking up all these great pictures from outer space, and they showed a black hole in the universe 55 million light years away, surrounded by 3 tiers of fire, continuous fire burning. And scientists that was explaining the photograph in the article I read said, if our entire solar system, not Earth, not even the sun, if the whole solar system passed by close enough, it would be sucked in by the power of the magnets and immediately turned into a pile of dust that would fit in a large thimble. Now just look at that. It's hard to imagine this library fitting into a thimble. The whole solar system. So we were all talking about it one day, and I said, it makes you think it doesn't matter so much who's on Mount Rushmore, does it? We all need to keep this stuff in perspective. Life happens fast, and there's always going to be somebody that's richer than you are, always going to be somebody that's stronger than you are, always going to be somebody that's taller than you are, always going to be somebody that's smarter. But if you stuck us all together, one by one, all the people on this planet, but from the highest IQ to the lowest, you couldn't stick a straw between any 2 people. And yet we spend enormous amount of time thinking about our differences. when I spent $3 billion of your tax money to sequence the human genome, best money you ever spent, by the way, we have a return of way over 100 to 1. I mean, it's, enormously beneficial. It will be more so. The thing that struck me most as a citizen was that all of us in this room, if you look at every non-age related difference you can see in this room, gender, skin color, body type, you have straighter color or curly hair, anything, any change, any difference you can see here is rooted in 1/2 of 1% of your genomic makeup. 1/2 of 1%. And yet, most of us spend 99.5% of our time thinking about that 0.5%. And I'm not just talking about politics. It's obvious what I'm saying about politics, but I mean, how many times have you ever, if you're a man, have you ever walked down the street with a friend, seen your reflection in the mirror of a store glass window and say, if I had LeBron James's body, I'd have gone in a different line of work. Right? We all do these things. The genius of AmeriCorps is that it focuses not on domination, but on cooperation, not on what's different, but what we have in common. And the interesting thing we know from human behavior is that the more we focus on what we have in common, the greater contribution our differences make. For example, just think about it. And our differences are really important. So even though it's only 0.5%, since there are basically 3.4 million pairs of genomes in your body, 10% is a good number, 0.5% is a good number. But it works only if first you commit to we instead of me. That's when the differences count. When you're trying to answer the how question, how are we going to do this, that, or the other thing, then we know you could fill this whole room with all the studies that say that diverse groups make better decisions than homogeneous groups and better decisions than lone geniuses. So I'm telling you this because I think while we have justifiably celebrated this fabulous day and the great work you're doing, we still live in a pretty polarized time. And we have run up a debt that is too big. And interest rates are high, and people will say we have to bring it down, and they will target things that they don't value. So AmeriCorps is peanuts in the budget and has a value that far outstrips its cost. But somebody will come after it. You mark my words. Because for those who favor conflict over cooperation, who think that all that matters is our differences, this is a real problem because it works. And because you can't just target the government, it's really public-private cooperation at its best. It's citizen action at its best. And I've said all this to you today to prepare you for what I hope will be 30 years more, if it's necessary, fighting to preserve and then to increase the reach of AmeriCorps and of service generally. Because Dr. King was right when he said everybody can be great because everybody can serve. You don't have to be a genius to serve. You don't have to be big and strong to serve. You don't have to be rich to serve. And we've talked today about a large number of public servants, including those of you in this audience, who have made a real difference in other people's lives. I was very moved today when Colonel Lang gave me a copy of a letter she wrote to me 25 years ago, which she never mailed. Probably because she was so feisty in the letter. So upbeat about where she was going with her life and what she wanted to do. But she talked about how she was inspired to make more of her life by going into AmeriCorps and how it led her into college, led her into the Air Force, led her into all the things she later did. Every one of you has a story like that. And you want to give those stories to other people. But you also have to remember that in all societies, there are tribal behaviors that can be positive and negative. I mean, there is inclusive tribalism. I'll be who I am, and I'm proud of my clan or whatever, and you be who you are and be proud of yours and your roots. But in the end, we're on the same side here. And you know things I don't know, and I know things you don't know, and we'll figure out how to solve these problems together. We'll figure out how to seize these opportunities together. That is a great test we face today. And if you want other people like you to be in a place like this 30 years from now, you have to keep building on it, and you have to fight the inevitable efforts to undo it. You shouldn't be intimidated by the hills you have to climb or by the necessity of fighting for what most of us believe is our vision of America, because first, in general, there are no permanent victories or defeats in public affairs. And secondly, we've always had these identity fights. When the Union forces withdrew from the South after the Reconstruction period, there was this violent reaction immediately. And they tried to bring back the Ku Klux Klan, which Ulysses Grant had destroyed as president. Then in the 1900s, we had a violent anti-immigration period, violent prejudice against Chinese immigrants. Then we had the Red Scare in the 20s. Then in the 1930s, we had this enormous period of anti-Semitism and basically anti-democracy group who believed that only authoritarian governments promoting ideological and racial purity were worth having. Then we all got together and won World War II, and then we started acting like idiots again after a while. But we did stand together in the Cold War to preserve liberty, even though we occasionally abused it by just calling everybody we disagreed with a communist. Then we had the huge fights of the Civil Rights era. Then we had the huge fights over women's rights. Then we had this massive fight over the role of government. I mean, we've been doing this a long time. And most people don't get scared until it looks like all that stuff might succeed. Otherwise, most of us are happy to let somebody else fight the fight, and we think somehow it'll work itself out and everything's going to be fine. But the ultimate lesson of national service and of AmeriCorps and a lot of the other specific programs of which many of you are part is that we have a personal responsibility to join in the effort. And there's never going to be a total guarantee you'll prevail. But the chances are dramatically better if you try than they are if you cave. So I want to leave you with that. You should be so proud of having been part of this movement. And we do have a lot of support which crosses party lines. But there will be people who believe, honestly, that a conflict-ridden, divided society, which puts their side in total control from whatever direction, would be better than the messy model of community service, which hugs us all and sits patiently while we say what we think and figures out how to move forward together. A lot of people don't like that. So I just want you to remember that this is the way it's always been. Machiavelli said a long time ago that there is nothing so difficult in human affairs. It's to change the established order of things. For those who would gain, all the people you're trying to help wherever you go, are uncertain of their benefit, while those who might lose are absolutely sure about the cost of not having absolute power. You're in the middle of a seminal period in human history. Artificial intelligence is going to do more good than harm. It's going to create or cost more jobs. We're going to really take advantage of the self-evident opportunities presented by climate change to create a more interesting, more well-balanced, more widely shared prosperity? Or will we fiddle around with it in denial until we're living through a real-life version of one of those old Road Warrior movies? It's just up in the air. Welcome to real life. Nobody gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass. So what I want to say is, I hope all of you will say to yourselves, gosh, I hope I'm lucky enough to be here 30 years from now. And if I am, I hope we're still pushing community service and empowerment and changing and making things better. And if I'm not, I'm going to give it all I got for as long as I've got. That's it. There's not much else to say. One final thing. In 1968, when I was very young, I was once, I supported Robert Kennedy when he was running for president. And he thrilled all of us by constantly quoting poetry. When Martin Luther King was murdered, he quoted Aeschylus in a speech in Indianapolis. And he loved to quote from Alfred Lord Tennyson's Ulysses. And he encouraged all these young people, said, for the line, "Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world." Oh, it was thrilling. I had to live a few years before I realized that that is actually a poem for old people. because Ulysses had given the kingdom over to his son. And then he said, well, heck, I can't just lay around here. So he called all of his old surviving colleagues together and said, let's set sail again and sail on beyond the western stars until we die. Some noble work of note may yet be done. So don't ever forget that. Whatever happens to you, whatever problems you have that require your attention, whatever success you have that fills your days, always make time for that newer world, for that noble work of note. If you do, chances are we'll be just fine. Thank you.
This concludes the AmeriCorps Summit program. Please gather your things and exit the Great Hall through the door on the left. We invite you to tour the museum and take a presidential portrait in the Oval Office. Shop at the Clinton Museum store in the lobby and receive a 10% discount with your credential. And join us for happy hour at 42 Bar and Table on the lower level. Thank you for attending AmeriCorps, 30 years forward. This concludes the AmeriCorps Summit program. Please gather your things and exit the Great Hall through the door on the left.